listen to Friends comes on.
Entrance wound through your fucking forehead, rear of your head.
Somebody your guys' sizes is absolutely going to have an easy time. Well, okay, not easy, but I mean an easier, than normal or whatever time to subdue that woman and rape her. It's another thing to be somebody who has taken triple digits amount of human lives, and almost triple digits with my hands. No weapon. And that's behind enemy lines, sometimes in that terrorist's house, and be raped. For somebody like myself, like that, to be raped, it's a little, how did this happen is all I could, 6 weeks after it happened. How the hell did it even happen?
Logan?
As a matter of fact, I like Iran more than I like China, which sounds horrible to me, given the fact that I have a personal hatred for the former, not current, but former president, Hassan Rouhani, because of his "I will not stop until Israel no longer exists" bullshit. I fucking hate that motherfucker more than you can ever mentally comprehend. Specifically, personally, I hate that motherfucker Hassan Rouhani. I fucking hate that dude. Personal hatred. Personal hatred. Holy shit, I hate that dude.
Aw, man.
Big Bad Mama said Missing Mud and Skylar should need to host a show together.
You know what? I would pay very darn good money to watch that show.
It would turn into a snuff film. Because if we
Wow.
if we hosted a show together, this is not a lie or an embellishment. If we hosted a show together, I'd be able to get her IP address and her address. And the second I had her address, boom, she would just bury die on camera.
Wow. That's a lot of hate, Skylar. Don't you feel like that's a lot of hate for someone who just says comments?
What do you mean just says comments? I've never done a drug in my any drug in my entire life other than marijuana. Never done a drug in my entire life. Not once.
You act like nobody's ever lied about you before.
The things that she says are extremely heinous. They are far worse than rape. They are far worse than rape. Okay?
I mean, I know you're trying to put like a big emphasis on it, but I feel like we both know that's not exactly accurate. I don't know if even murder is worse than rape.
Okay, have you been raped before?
I don't feel like that's an appropriate set of questions. Have you been raped?
Yes.
By a man?
Yes.
I'm very sorry to hear that, Skylar.
Oh, sorry about this.
So I can say 100% factually, it is very worse than rape. Literally, not figurative.
Okay. I'm very sorry to hear that.
Anyways. And it's a little worse feeling. I had experience. I've had experience with rape before being raped. I wasn't raped until 2014. I think 2014. So, well, anyways.
Have you ever got counseling for that, Skylar? Like, have you ever tried emotionally healing from that? Because that can cause a lot of damage, like, emotionally.
I'm actually not emotional about it in any way. I'm honestly not emotional about it, other than when I talk about it. It's one thing. It's one thing to take a woman being raped, for example. It's one thing for a woman that's not as powerful or etc. It's one thing for a woman to be raped by somebody who's more tactical is not. I'm trying not to like offend women. I don't mean that women can't do things guys can't. What I'm saying is take somebody's stump. I am not saying in any way, hi Stump.
There are 0%, literally, not figuratively. This is a literal number. There are 0, as in not one single Jew on planet Earth is obeying the Torah. Very literally, not one. 0 Jews on planet Earth that are publicly known, anyways, are obeying the Torah. And very literally. I am not friendly with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, specific individuals, anyways. No, what they do to me is torture, like a real, actual, verifiable, look up my medical records, because they did it here in the United States of America, in Orlando, Florida. They cut my right testicle off in front of a United States Army officer and in front of people that
Why do you
worked.
I mean, this side view really says a lot. I mean, that's the is we have we are supposedly ancestrally related, according to human evolution, to the chimpanzee line, this pan line, the purple one, going up to modern day. Modern day is at the top of this table, this graph here. So we've, yeah. So I guess what my point is we're supposed to be closer related to the chimpanzee than the gorilla, you know. So, yeah. And then even more closely related the chimpanzee than the orangutan and the gibbons, which are really far out. So, you know, that's human for you. And yeah.
I'm just trying to get the links from your thing. Hang on.
I guess I have a point to make. I really do. I really do have a point to make here. But it's not I think I'm gonna kill our chat because this thing you know, I talk about this, it's not really the most exciting stuff to talk about. But we'll get into it. So now, you know, you've seen here, we're gonna go into this.
I'm gonna post something.
Sure.
Hang on. Wait a minute, hang on, I've got my something running here. Oh, I shouldn't have.
All right.
What's going on? Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, there. Sorry.
It's all good. We're
All right.
I just wanted to point out for the and something I thought of the other day, because we've talked about this Littlefoot skull in the past. You know, here's your side view compared to the juvenile gorilla skull. The mandible, the lower jaw here looks quite alike. Even the upper jaw here looks quite alike, and pretty much every feature. I mean, the skull, it was deformed slightly by the fossilization process. The skull's cranium was pushed forward. So basically my point is here is, like, as we saw on the chart before, humans are supposed to be more closely related to chimpanzees here, you know. So here's your chimpanzee skull. Okay, so we're supposed to be related to them. Now, why would the missing link, okay, be closer to a gorilla, obviously, than it would be to a chimpanzee if we are closely related to chimpanzees? Obviously, this is not a missing link between humans and chimpanzees. So this isn't even something that should be categorized as a missing link between chimps and humankind, just based on the facial features being more gorilla. And overall, the whole skeleton of it is more gorilla. All the literature surrounding the SCW 573 says the shoulders and the arm bones are very gorilla like. So even more than just arboreal, like tree dwelling ape, like they're actually more gorilla like. And so is the skull. So you tell me how this could possibly fit into the same theory. You know what I mean? For the concept that, you know, humans came out of this branch. And then this is supposed to be somewhere on the Australopithecine, on this blue colored branch here, when really it would look like something more that would be a branch off of the gorilla, the pink, you know, just because of the features of the head. So what I'm saying is, not only is that discovery very gorilla-like, but the fact that it's gorilla-like and is obviously gorilla remains in a lot of these skeleton is
Sorry.
yeah. What's up?
No. Just I had the, and it does matter. It's fine.
Do you dig what I'm saying though? Were you there
Yes,
listening while I was
yes.
speaking?
No.
Yeah.
Wasn't.
So
It was just more mistake. Yeah.
yeah,
I
you
cut
seem
in.
though like I mean it's more gorilla-like than it is even close to a chimpanzee. The skull. So how does that make sense on this phylogenetic tree? If they're trying to claim that this thing's an Australopithecus, why are the bones so gorilla-like? You know, and this is their
Yeah.
best example of an Australopithecus skeleton. So we've got, you know, there's a situation here where, you know, it's the best example of an Australopithecine claim. And it looks gorilla,
Yeah.
not chimp. Not something
Yeah.
transitional between chimp. It doesn't look transitional at all, really. You know what I mean? It looks gorilla to me. I mean, this side view really, really says a lot. I mean, that's the circumference of the jaw, or the angle of the jaw, the circumference of the angle of the jaw is pretty much exactly the same. Now I'll show you this. I'm going to upload another picture here. But did you have anything to add while I'm doing that? Because I'm going to lose contact.
No. That's fine. You sound good. I can hear you fine.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to find this so I can. Well, they won't let me at it. Got to delete something. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, while
Hang
I'm
on,
uploading this thing, you
no,
know,
I'm just getting this.
how's
I'm
your
just
dog,
trying to
man?
copy.
You're
Oh, he's good. They're good. They're okay. There. I just had to post something there on the
good.
in the chat on my one as well. Yeah, so up through it. Yeah, well, yeah, they're basically the skull of Lucy is just an ape, and they get these things and they in pieces and little fragments and they put them all together and so what's that? Is that the dark areas that the only part that they found? Is that right on the right hand side?
For this, my friend, they actually found a whole skull, and this is the most complete. Can you hear me? Am I coming through still?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me show you this here again, and it's kind of hard to see, but all right. So here's like you were saying, the majority of these skulls, there's nothing to speak of. You know, all of these things were imagined. Okay, there are pieces of skull fragment that were glued together. In the case of the STW 573, the Littlefoot skull, it's a situation where they actually found this thing encased in flowstone, and they have the whole skull, but it's badly mangled. You know, it's been eroded by the flow of water, and it's been compressed.
They're under a lot of pressure. There's tons and tons of pressure on them, so that skull's been deformed by pressure. So but it is just, you can see clearly it's just an ape skull.
Yeah, I agree. Tree dwelling ape, and in my opinion, it's definitely a gorilla skull just because of the features are so alike. The sutures of the skull also match. You can't see them from this view, but here's the point I want to make, and I finally uploaded this picture. Here you go. So you have the angle of the mandible, and this is what I'm talking about. The circumference of the angle of the mandible is what I was talking about. All right. Now the ramus, Okay, it's like the mandibular arm going up, the ramus, and then you have the neck, the coronoid process. Okay, so what I'm talking about here is like the whole thing: the ramus, the angle of the mandible, the body, the neck, every feature of the mandible, the lower jaw, matches perfectly from left to right. Now, when you look at a bottom view of this jaw, the jaw is a little bit wider than what you would expect a gorilla jaw to be. But I think there's a good reason for that. And we'll get into that one of these days when I do a decent discussion on this Littlefoot skull with you, Jason, because I've got a lot of information to come out with. So yeah, basically what I'm saying is here, see the ramus, the light green area. Now, when you look at this thing, it's just so boxy, okay? And you compare the two jaws, it's so boxy. And then you have the angle of the mandible, right? It follows the same exact contour across the back there. It's just a perfect match. So for me,
Claude, come on. I've been wanting to see what you guys think of what he said. I sent copies of this video to Big Bad Mama and Miss Outcast, see what they like to do a response, what they think of it. Hey. That's good. Here, I'll play this until someone comes on.
I'm like, this is just a gorilla skull. And it's great that we have the whole skull because then we can actually compare it to something. Because when you have something like Lucy's skull, which is, a few fragments, probably see it better. There we go. Yeah, we've got 6 fragments of skull here to speak of. And Yeah, so it's completely imagined. Whereas you have this skull, and you can't tell anything from it. You can't compare the sutures of this skull to a chimpanzee skull, say. You can't compare the sutures of the skull to a human skull. Okay, and you definitely can't compare it to an Afarensis skull because the only ones of those that exist look like a lot like this skull, which is just fragments glued onto a frame. You know, I mean, here you have the bottom of the SW 573, and as you see, like it's a little bit wider than what you might expect on an ape. However, if you notice the bottom of this mandible looks pretty flat. And I would say it looks doctored. Okay, so you have some definite epoxy or whatever that they use to fill this with, and that they use to reassemble the pieces. Like this is a reconstructed, you know, after they broke the jaw off. Broke the jaw off of the skull. When they found it, it was fused to the skull. And they break this jaw off, and now I cannot find a photo of the bottom of the STW 573 Littlefoot skull without the mandible in the way. And I've looked all over for it. So when you see this thing, you know, you're going to see this mandible in the way. And right here, you can see the difference. You know, on the left, you have what would be a juvenile gorilla skull. Now, I don't know if the SW 573 was an adult or a juvenile. And that's really beyond the point.
Hi, Mark.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. I showed the look at videos. One I went into that had that crazy guy see science video.
Oh boy.
He's a crazy guy.
Yeah. A little bit. How you doing this morning?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Trying to get my microphone switched over.
Miss Outcast.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
Good
How are you today?
morning. How are
Good
you?
morning. Oh, I'm okay.
Well, good afternoon or good evening for you.
Good evening.
And good night.
Good night.
Ooh, Claude just got called out by Dan Posey. Lying Claude
No.
says he doesn't respond to lunacy. He always responds to me. Hi, Claude. Claudia. Claudia.
Audio.
That was clever. Very clever. Hey, Mr. Logo.
Oh, hi, Mr. Logo. We miss Mr. Logo. Where did you go, Mr. Logo? Oh, Miss Outcast, did you see this video? Miss Outcast?
Yes.
We saw of it.
Sorry. What did you say?
The video. Do you see this video?
No.
That is that video I told you about where what's his name? C Science says he debunked Littlefoot.
Littlefoot, like from Land Before Time. Grace, get off of my bed.
No, it's supposed to be a link, I think. Is that true?
Link, like from Legends of Zelda?
No, link between humans and common ancestors.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I have not seen this video. I don't know what is being discussed here. Yeah, what's got you all giggly this morning, Deviant? Let's hear it.
Nothing.
I believe you owe us an explanation. Share your joy. Don't be stingy. What's got your giggle button pushed this morning?
I got little video clips sent to me. It was funny. I'm sorry.
Can you share it with us?
No. No, I don't think it would be a good idea. Not to the
Cardio.
not to the whole internet.
Oh,
No.
send it to me.
But we should get that. What's his name? See science video.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, he says he debunks Littlefoot. But what about his brother Bigfoot?
No. Not Bigfoot.
Yeah, that's his brother.
I hear Bigfoot lives somewhere near was it Greenville, Alabama? That's pretty close
What?
to DAL.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a city right outside of Connecticut County where our much beloved Dr. Dino resides, and they are the what is that? Sorry, they are the Bigfoot capital of Alabama.
What if it
Why
turns
did I
out
open
it's
this?
just what if it turns out it's just Kent when he walks out in the woods?
Ooh. Or maybe
I'm
it's
joking.
that big 7-foot tall guy he's got, Big Will.
Oh no. Or what if it's do you think Skyler could be going there?
No idea.
What if he goes there and becomes Kent's best buddy? They go on walks together.
Well, he was saying on Boland's show earlier, a couple weeks ago or last week, I don't remember exactly when it was, but he said he was Kent Hovind's right-hand man.
Yeah. And they could hold hands and dance together, all that stuff.
No.
Oh. Well, Mark, what do you think of that show last night? You said that you told him that which channel did you do that on? Was it on Steven's channel or the other channel that you said that?
Yeah, they were talking about predestination, and I had my alt account, my Darth Kermit account, which I guess everybody knows that's my account now. Thanks, Missing Mod. Thanks, Stephen Boland. Yeah, and they were talking about predestination versus free will, and I made one comment, and it was a vague comment. I said silly logic versus biblical truth, and Boland said, "Bye, Mark," blocked me, and then said LOL because he thought that was so funny.
Oh. Wow. But how you could block Darth Kermit?
That's what I'm saying. How are you gonna block Darth Kermit?
Yeah, he's a Darth Kermit. What do you think of that, Miss Outcast?
I think it sounds like Poland. kind of standard MO.
You don't say.
Kit Kat's coming over watching the computer. She's a
No.
crazy kitty. Miss Outcast.
What was the video you were playing?
I was watching the video I sent you and Big Bad Mama about what's the name debunking Littlefoot. Yeah, he said he says Littlefoot is just a gorilla. Oh no.
Ooga ooga.
Oh no.
Littlefoot is a character from Land Before Time.
don't have any. I don't have any.
Oh.
Me either.
But Littlefoot is laid to Bigfoot.
Right.
Yeah. And
Sasquatch.
Oh, Mark, have you ever heard of this one guy on here called Thunderfoot?
No.
He did a series called Why People Laugh at Creation. And of course, people who starred in is Ken Hova and Ken Ham and Eric Hova. What do you think of that? Is that crazy?
I crashed.
Oh no.
Oh no. See, the problem with this car is it's too slow. and it doesn't slow down fast enough.
That's the issue.
It's
Oh.
too slow, and it can't slow down fast enough. That's the problem.
Have you ever heard of Thunderfoot? Is he like the Bigfoot
Oh
and Littlefoot?
man.
Could be their dad.
Oh no.
Oh,
He took on this other guy, Phantom Fang X. You could say the original Hovenite guy, because he always shared all Ken Hova's stuff on the internet. He's like reacts them on there or something. Phantom Fang X. Yeah, he's a big Kent fan. What do you say?
I don't know.
I
Who?
crash.
Oh no. Oh no. But,
Oh no!
but
Oh yeah!
oh yeah.
Kool-Aid Man.
I don't. I can't find. I can't find the link to the video.
Oh, I
Are
sent
you
it on
sure,
the
Jason?
I sent it on the email, but I'm not sure.
I've not gotten it.
Sorry. Do you want to watch
Oh,
the
it's
video?
okay.
I forgive you.
Yeah.
Tell me
Thank
what
you.
you think. You're welcome. What do you think that so far? He says it's like a gorilla foot.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
Oh no.
The point is how much it matches with a gorilla,
Defamation.
because there are different kinds of gorilla.
He did make Aiden before.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Is that crazy? Tell me
Totally.
pause it if you want to say something.
Yeah.
You know, I had 3 gorilla skulls to choose from to compare the SW 573 to. 3. And it matched. The sutures of the skull matched. And it was like, well, let's go on from there.
From pressure. That's what way I'd look at it. Looks like,
What is that?
it looks like defamation from pressure to me.
Sure. I mean, like the one on the right is a different jaw, okay? So what you're looking at is the one on the left at the top. So it's the top left. And that mandible, you know, it was like, it's a total it's totally been rebuilt. It's a refabrication. And it's just like anything else. I mean, you can see the back
What?
of it here. It's just the sutures of the skull match.
You want to say something?
No,
Yeah, what did he mean by that? It's just like anything else. Like what
yeah,
else?
exactly.
I don't know. I think he's trying to say it's like a gorilla's foot. A gorilla's back. I mean, head. What do you think, Miss Hopkins?
Gorilla?
Oh, disrespect or cravenness here. Oh, said none of that.
What happened?
Dan said this. He's part of the tribe, Dan too.
Oh, isn't he part of the Illuminati?
Yeah. No disrespect or cravenness here. Oh. What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know what he's talking
Lines on
about.
top.
Me either.
You have the triangular arc at the base of these 3 lines.
I do.
And then you have the
Sorry.
back of the cranium.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I do think it's quite rich of these people to be so, I don't know, not self-absorbed, but yeah, narcissistic, that they actually think, I mean, not narcissistic like Kent Hovind narcissistic necessarily, but to actually think that they know more than the thousands of people, hundreds of people, thousands of people who actually study these things in detail and has done so for decades.
Who are these guys we're watching?
Sea science.
Oh, just Sea Science?
And it's some buddy of his.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was
Just,
hoping, because I have one of my own study literature, and I was hoping it was in English because most of it were, but unfortunately it's in Swedish. So because I could have shown some images and whatnot. But I'm afraid it won't really do much good.
oh.
Well, I can read it to you in Swedish. No, I won't.
That won't help much.
No.
Oh. Okay. Want me to continue?
Yeah.
That crown on the back of the cranium going across. You know, it lines up perfectly. I mean, you see underneath here on the STW 573, you can see the inside's been pushed in. The bottom of the cranium has been pushed up and if you look at the top of this thing, you can see that there's a line going across the top of the skull. This STW 573. It's the same place where the lines are on the juvenile gorilla skull. And you can actually see the sutures
What?
where those lines would have
What?
separated.
Stop!
These
Stop!
sutures would have
Stop! Stop!
separated
Stop!
when the
He says it's at the same place. But it's obviously not. Is it me? Am I blind? Am I retarded? Has my brain truly gone to mush? I mean, you see the ridge in the middle on the skull, the little foot skull. And on the juvenile gorilla skull, there are obviously two ridges apart. Did I miss something? I could have.
I have no idea. What do you think, Mark Stoney?
Mark, what happened?
He lost his mind.
Also, I would like to point out that
I'm here.
so
Just had
Littlefoot
start.
is. Oh, your microphone is messed up.
Yeah, give me a second.
Okay. So Littlefoot belongs to the species Australopithecus, which is the same as Lucy, for those who don't know. And those aren't, it's not like we have two skeletons of these guys. I don't know out of the top of my head exactly how many we do have. So there are two Australopithecus, I think. One is afarensis and the other one is robustus. I'm silent because I'm I'm scanning the text to see if they do actually mention no, it doesn't say. And why would it? Yeah, you can continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cranium was pushed up and into the face of the skull, you know? So it's probably an adult, you know, because it's a bit bigger than the juvenile skull. But the point was, I was able to find a gorilla skull online to even get the sutures to compare to this thing. And that's what's amazing, is that I had that accessible. So
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that is. It is. It's just outright proof, and the bottom jaw can be explained through pressure deformation in the layer because it's got
sure.
tons of pressure on it, and also you can see where they've put the epoxy on it around the bottom base of the jaw. You can see it's like they've just put epoxy around there and then sort of sanded it a little bit with sandpaper, and then probably added a bit more, and then shaped it, and, to make it look.
Yeah.
It's
Well, look
it's
at the
not.
edge of the bottom of it. It's like flat. You can see like
Yeah.
a flat edge along the bottom. And like when you look at this thing, you can tell it's just been filled in. So, all it would take is to crack it. And it doesn't even look like it lines up where it should on the skull. Looking at this thing, it's like wider than the skull. It's just out of order. All it would have
Another.
taken to get that wider jaw is a single break on each side.
I'm just questioning what are they actually talking about?
And then fill it in with epoxy. So, and my biggest thing is that I can't find the dental arcade for the maxilla. So the maxillary dental arcade isn't available, even though they removed the mandible of this full, supposedly Australopithecus skull. It's the only one in existence that's a full Australopithecus Prometheus skull. So you've got to be like, and it's the only Australopithecus that's like, I don't know. But yeah, I've said enough, I think. I got nothing more to say about it.
Yeah, leave it for the other video. Leave it
Yeah.
for another time when we do a video on that. Actually, we should do that next week.
I actually sent a video. I sent the video of the Littlefoot skull, that comparison I made, that 10-minute one. I sent that to Owen Lovejoy.
Okay.
The guy that was in charge of the pelvic interpretation of Lucy at the Hadar site. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if he's going to write me back again, but we've had a good conversation in the past, writing each other and stuff, like in the email. But I don't know how he's going to react. I mean, this wasn't his baby. So, he might be more open about it. Like, yeah, he might think it's fake too. You never know. I mean, it astonished me when I found out that Louis Leakey, he didn't believe in these Australopithecine. He didn't think that the Australopithecine were related to humans. He thought that they were interesting finds and they might be real animals, but he didn't think that they were actually part of the human race. I think here we go. Here's Louis Leakey.
Well, they're not. They're pause. So the Australopithecus isn't part of the Homo genus, meaning they're not human. They are most likely our closest before the Homo genus appears for the first time. Australopithecus is the closest on the so-called tree. So why would he think they were human? No one says that. No one did say that. So what is he talking about?
I don't know.
No, me neither.
I'm gonna go get the dog out. I can just end
Sure.
it, and I'll just say God bless everyone. If you want to end it before I get back, just end it. That's fine. But I'll be back anyway. If you haven't ended
All
it,
right,
then
brother. If I do, it's been great talking with you, man.
yeah,
It
thanks
was
for
fun.
everything. Much appreciated.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
fun reviewing the video. So
All right. See you, mate. So I'll be back in a sec. But if you're gone, you're gone. All right, I'll see you.
all right, see you in a minute. So you have Lewis Leakey here. You know, standing behind him is Mary Leakey. They're married. They worked in the Lake Tolly footprint pathway sites, and they worked at the gorge, which is for some reason slipped my mind the name of the gorge. Oh, Old Divide Gorge. Look, it's right there. How convenient. All right, yeah. All right, I'll just read this. Louis Seymour Basic Leakey was a Kenyan British paleoanthropologist and archaeologist whose work was important in demonstrating that humans evolved in Africa, particularly through discoveries made at the Old Divide Gorge with his wife, fellow paleoanthropologist. Now, the majority of the discoveries at the Old Divide Gorge were considered the Homo group. Okay, so you have, I don't know if I have a good picture or a map of where Old Divide Gorge is. I might actually right here. Oh, yeah, there it is. Well, I don't know if you can point it out. There is a few names, but Old Divide Gorge is right beneath Lake Natron and above Tanzania, but you know the words. So anyway, it's above the word Tanzania. So there you have the Old Divide Gorge. I wonder if it's on this cool map too. Yeah. Well, they're near Lake Victoria. So near Lake Victoria, here in the eastern, I don't know. But anyway, there it is, the Old Divide Gorge. And the point is, this guy, Louis Leakey, he was a major paleoanthropologist. He made plenty of discoveries, and especially the Old Divide Gorge, like I said. But even him, he believed that this says right here, and this is from the book by Johansson, The Discoverer of Lucy. So this is from, here we go. This is from this book right here, Lucy, The Beginnings of Humankind. So there you go. Got the reference. Now in this book, on a page in the book, he reveals that Lewis's fascination with the Homo was obsessive. The Australopithecines, he insisted, while interesting, were not humans. More, they were not ancestors. So you have it right there. Peking man and Neanderthal man were not ancestors either, he believed. That's interesting. It was as if there stretched in Leakey's mind a straight line that went back from Homo sapiens to an ever cruder but always recognizable sapient forebearer, and he was determined to find him. So that's what he's saying he's doing over in Old Divide Gorge, and they found some great stuff. I'm going to put a link in the chat about the Old Divide Gorge discoveries, and you can see them for yourself. But I gotta scoot to get it. So I'll be back in just a second, and I gotta give you something interesting to look at while I'm gone. You know, look at them teeth. All right, I'll be right back.
So there are so many things. Just
And I'm
looking
back
at
just as quick.
just looking at the since what he's trying to claim here is that Littlefoot Lucy and every other Australopithecine fossil that we've found is nothing but gorillas. Just taking a quick look at the two skulls, there are so many differences from the jawline to the nose to the eye sockets, and this is just from the front. This is just the skull from the front. I mean, sure, if you really want to, you can claim, oh, but they have changed this and that and this and that. That's not what science does. And if you don't believe that, if you believe that science is out with the intent to mislead and lie and make things up, you should get off your computer right now, throw away all of your clothes, throw away your phone, your TV, whatever you have. Get out of your house or your apartment and get out in the woods right now, because every single thing you see around you is one way or the other, thanks to science. There's no more electronics for you, no more medical care, no streaming or talking on the phone with your friends or listening to music or anything. Just get out, because that's what you're asking for. That's what you're claiming. Everything around you is a lie. So welcome.
Two things.
Sorry. Oh, go ahead.
What if there's no woods around my house, and what if I don't have any friends to talk to on the phone?
Sorry, what if you I
What
didn't
if I
hear
don't
the
have
first part.
what if I don't have any friends to talk to on the phone?
Well, you still have to throw it out.
Oh.
Oh. And you do have friends, so shut up.
No.
I know, or I hope so.
I could talk to you over the phone.
Yeah, I was joking. I talk to my
Yeah,
friends
I
on the
know.
phone a lot.
I know.
You ever talk to Ray Comfort?
No,
He comes
I have
to you
not.
with a ray of sunshine.
What?
Why? Yeah, Ray Comfort comforts you with a ray of sunshine.
Aw. That's awfully sweet of him.
And then he hits you with a banana.
Ah! Why? Why have you done this to me, Ray?
He throws bananas at you.
Oh my.
He is the banana man. Part man, part banana, but stronger than both combined.
Ooh.
What?
Well,
Bananas aren't
it,
very
banana.
healthy,
Yeah,
though.
I was gonna say.
Oh. Do you want me to continue?
Continue the joke.
Because that. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. It's my thing. Oh yeah, I'm good. All right. So yeah, here's the skulls. As you can see.
Are you good? Are you really?
The teeth are all different too, but they look pretty boxy on number 1 and number 2. But not on the letter W over there, because the letter W is different. Anyway.
Oh.
There's the skulls.
What is the letter W different from?
Here's the old divide.
M?
Well, it's just an upside down M, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, N?
E?
T?
A?
E?
Sorry.
R?
A?
No,
I
he
have
said
no idea what we're talking about.
like or
Ah.
or
Ah. Voila.
Don't slap yourself. Don't
Why
slap
would I do
yourself
that?
and then say voila.
No, I dropped something and then I caught it with my toes. If you must know.
Yes, I'm honest.
I got skills.
Oh, Mark.
Mhm.
or anything else you guys like to watch?
It's up to you, buddy.
Okay. Oh, Mark,
I'm just here to hang out.
send you a message. I have a question for you. I sent you an
Yes, that did happen.
I'm telling.
Huh?
I'm telling.
Telling who?
I don't know. I'm gonna tell Miss Outcast.
You tell her. Tell her all about it.
Why
Down
she
to the
call
very
you?
last nitty gritty detail. What are you talking about, by the way?
I don't know. Why she call you that? Joyful and happy?
Yes.
Oh,
Joyful and happy, and I am joyful and happy.
oh, that's good. Oh, do you guys want to watch last night's preterism versus not
It was predestination.
yeah. Sorry,
Is what they were talking about.
I get that mixed up last night. I thought they were talking about preterism.
It's sorry, no worries.
Yeah,
What was it? The Bolin show?
yeah. It was on Ryan's show. I mean, Somewhere of You, where you talked about predestination versus futurism.
Oh, were they talking about me?
Not not predestination versus free will, I guess.
Okay,
Is that weird? What do you think of that?
pretty wild.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to watch? Look, Big Bad Mama.
Where's Big Bad Mama?
Big Bad Mama.
Come on, Big Bad Mama.
Mama.
Well, that may be true, but the evidence for Big Bad Mama is not. Where is Big Bad Mama? I don't see Big Bad Mama anywhere.
I do.
I can't even hear Big Bad Mama.
No, I can't either. I can't hear them.
Oh no. Ooh, would you like to see that talk Big Bad Mama and Aiden had with Mark Reed? Yeah, that'd be good. You want to see that, Miss Outcast?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had a good old talk. It was on Miss Mod show. They talked. And more talking. Kind of got heated a bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Does that blow your mind?
Yeah, kinda.
It was like the opposite of a fundy fight. It's awesome.
Which I don't even.
Yeah, he watches. He doxed me yesterday. If you didn't notice.
Who? Do you know that can't try to dox Big Bad Mama? Not Big Bad Mama.
Oh no!
That's not okay. Though I'm not surprised because it's kind of his thing.
Hi, Uzzy.
Hi, Ozzy.
I cleared Uzzy a spot so she could sit next to me, and she finally figured it out, and she's sitting next to me.
Oh.
She's a good fat kitty cat.
Oh, yeah. He's a little fatty. Cute little fatty with a big fatty nose.
Because I.
If you want to say something.
Mm-hmm. Will do.
I noticed him saying stuff, like that we talk about, like when he was talking to Mark. And yeah, which I don't even.
Yeah, he watches. He doxed me yesterday. If you didn't notice.
Why is she always talking about me?
Right. That's not. That's.
Oh yeah, I saw
That's
that.
horrible. I'm so sorry,
Robin.
Mama. That's horrible. Aiden's wrong. You heard it first here. He's 100% wrong.
Usually is. And now he ain't got nothing to say because he's wrong still.
What the hell?
What was the discussion about that Aiden was wrong on?
That you need some other hypothesis in order to falsify one hypothesis.
Hello,
so, for instance,
hello. Test.
We
1,
hear
2.
you.
Hello.
We hear
Okay.
you.
Sorry, I was just trying microphone because it wasn't working when I first came in. No, it's that you have to have an alternative hypothesis in order to disprove something scientifically. Yes, that.
You know what the alternative hypothesis is in science?
It depends on what particular hypothesis has been put forward, does it not?
Correct. But the alternative hypothesis should be against what you're trying to find out. So there's a null and an alternative hypothesis. Just the alternative doesn't mean that you're sort of coming up with something new to replace it, as you're suggesting. So when you're saying, hey, okay, let's take an example to you, because I responded to your answer with 2 examples. Number one, the Morley experiment, which was done in 1887, I believe, but Einstein only got his field equations in 1903, so there was definitely a 20-year gap when something didn't replace it, right? So for instance, they want to say, is the aether real, right? Or does luminous aether exist? What we'd say is that the null hypothesis is that it doesn't, while the alternate hypothesis is that it does. So when it's falsified, you go to the null hypothesis, it eliminates it. The alternative is that it actually exists. That's how the hypotheses work. The alternative isn't coming up with something like Einstein's field equations, theory of special relativity, and etc., in order to replace it. That isn't the case.
Well, it's not made explicitly. It's not made with the express purpose to replace it. It's simply the criteria of evidence better than the original hypothesis did.
No. So whether an experiment with a hypothesis, you're not looking at any other hypothesis. All you're doing is coming up with a falsification criteria for that experiment. If you can't falsify it, take the alternate hypothesis. If you falsify it, it's the null hypothesis. That's it. You don't have to come up with any other explanation. You're really just, like, for instance, Michelson-Morley is a perfect example. All they wanted to show is there a luminiferous aether? So they set the experiments with going both ways, and they found there was no change in speed going either way, which meant that there was no luminiferous ether. And it falsified that. What they didn't do is come up with any other explanation for how light worked, or sort of how space-time worked. They didn't do that. That's not what the experiment was for. It's not what the study was for, and that's what we're talking about. Like, a falsification criteria for something is independent of any other explanation, right? So if you want to falsify evolution, because I believe it was about evolution, Robin is right. You could find, like, what's the falsification criteria for evolution? Find like past the Mesozoic or something, or find a mammal Triassic period, right? So something completely out of field where we'd want that would falsify it instantly. But it's not up
that
to
wouldn't
you.
falsify all the evidence for evolution immediately, because you find something that doesn't fit into. No, not even. Evolution is not just one branch. You'd have to falsify a lot of things. You'd have to find a lot of fossils that don't fit into their place. One fossil, a mammal fossil in the Triassic, is not going to.
It's not my point. It's not my
point. Well, let me make one more point here. I'm
sort of saying, well, Big Bad Money, you get what you're saying. But if you found birds in the like, just say the way before, like with trilobites kind of thing, that would falsify our model. It would. I'm really sorry if you don't, but it would. We would basically go, well, the cladistic model that we have with nested hierarchies is absolutely 100% broken. That has never happened, by the way, not even once. But
right, the cladistics is only an aspect of the theory of evolution, right? It's not the whole of the theory.
But the theory doesn't hold up if you're saying that, hey, there were birds and then, say, for instance, modern reptiles. Like, no, No, that would be absolutely catastrophic to evolution. Absolutely catastrophic. But that's never happened once. We haven't even found one fossil, much less start finding birds kind of thing. Like that's never happened. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's happened. I'm not saying it's fault. It definitely hasn't happened. But those are the things that they would look for to falsify the theory of evolution.
Well, I think the
Right.
original context for when this
Well,
conversation
you didn't let me
occurred-
finish. I haven't been able to finish.
I'm
But
sorry,
it's
I
not
wasn't
up.
trying to be rude.
That's all right. It's not up to the person who's finding that evidence to provide any other explanation as to why that fossil got there, right? And I'll add to that, this falsifying evolution doesn't provide one iota for things like the flood or God or any other explanation at all. You've got to set up your own scientific measurements and falsification criteria in science in order to show that it was your explanation. So not only do you not need an explanation, it doesn't provide any weight for any other explanation, but it does falsify that particular model that you're using. And yes, birds that long ago would absolutely falsify that model. I'm really sorry, it just would.
So dog evolution be falsified because you found a fossil in the wrong place. Selection
we
would be falsified, you're saying. Natural selection and artificial selection would be falsified because you found
No. Okay, so I see where you're going wrong. I'm not talking about the fact of evolution, like the process. I'm talking our model, the theory of evolution right now. Because when we're talking about falsification, we're talking about falsifying the model, not the phenomenon that we observe. So we observe things like we observe gravity, right? If you falsify, say, the theory of gravity, it doesn't mean things suddenly float upwards, right? It's not a case you can falsify facts of the matter. You have to falsify the model that we've got.
Well, Aiden was talking about falsifying a theory and not a hypothesis, which is what you first were saying it was a hypothesis. And Aiden was saying falsifying a theory. And how would the complete theory of evolution be falsified? Because natural selection is part of the theory of evolution, a big part of it.
Well, the theory should inherit the falsification criteria of the hypothesis. Like the whole idea is that no theory is beyond falsification, right? It should be able to be falsified by something, because when you're going out to do this, it's the continued reliability of that theory that makes it a theory. If it's not working anymore, then it will be falsified.
Was Aether a scientific theory?
Luminiferous Aether? I don't 100% know. I think so,
No.
yeah.
A scientific theory?
I think so, yeah.
I think it would have been much like cladistics, it would have been a part of a theory, but it wouldn't have been a theory unto itself, which was the point that I was making in my response to you, and where I asked you if you could find a point in science where a theory like steady state has been since circumvented by another theory.
It doesn't matter.
That it's been overturned by another. No, it does matter in the context of what we're talking about. It absolutely. Well, you can make that claim, Mark, but it absolutely does matter because the contention that was being made. Hold on, all right. You got on me for interrupting. When it comes to this whole argument, which is contingent upon whether or not a scientific theory can be falsified or proven wrong without an alternative theory being posited, my point that I'm making is that I cannot think of, and I've not seen it demonstrated, one single time in the history of science where a scientific theory has been proven to be false, or not proven, sorry, that's not a right term, proofs is mathematics, where it's been shown to be not reasonable beyond unreasonable, consistent beyond unreasonable doubt. Anytime where a theory's been overturned by anybody without an alternative theory coming into its place and also explaining better meeting the criteria of reality that we find than the original one. And steady state was the one that I provided as an example, being replaced by the Big Bang theory.
Well, I mean, I don't get, because you're basically saying, hey, if you fulfill the falsification criteria of steady state, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just say there's what's a theory? What's a theory that we don't believe anymore? That if you meet the falsification criteria of that, unless you have some other explanation, it's not falsified.
Well, you have to base that. You have to base that criticism on something.
Hang on. Now let me get to something that has been falsified, like miasma theory, right? Miasma theory. Yeah, that was smells,
bad air,
transmitting thing, bad air, right? Now we knew it wasn't that before we came up with germ theory. Like disease vectors, viruses, they were only advent of, for instance, modern, once we developed microscopes, essentially. But we were kind of getting an idea that it wasn't miasma theory, right? There were people such your hands and things like that. They don't need an alternative theory to disprove that one.
Well, they
that
have
wasn't
to have
a scientific theory to begin with. Miasma theory was not a scientific theory to begin with.
Well,
you're wrong there.
Let me just point out that in order for somebody to, even just using the example that Mark gave, in order for somebody to criticize miasma theory and go, hey, this doesn't seem to accurately represent, or at least fully accurately represent, the realities of medical science as we there has to be a basis of criticism on which that is derived. There has to be some form of, well, this is why I am critical of it, and I'm going to lay out my criticisms of that. And in my study of science, every single time that basis of criticism opens the door to the theory which circumvents the original one. Like what you're talking about in terms of, well, you need to wash your hands and we need to develop them. I mean, like the microscope being invented by Hooke 200 years before the advent of germ theory kind of illustrates the fact that it's not necessarily just inherently obvious to people. But at the same time, those inferences about, microorganisms interacting with open wounds and things like that, that opened the door to germ theory as we understand it right now. And that's the point that I'm making. The basis of your criticism of an established scientific theory has to open the door to another theory. Otherwise, what are you basing your criticism upon?
Yeah, but your point is that sort of you can't falsify something without having another explanation, and that is 100% untrue.
You can't falsify.
You were saying,
no, I'm not saying
excuse me. Excuse
no,
me.
you're giving a false premise of what I said. No, you're giving a false premise of what I'm saying. Excuse me, Mark. You're giving a false premise of what I'm saying.
Aiden, let me talk. I watched what you said to Robin. I read all of it. You were saying that you can't just give falsification for a theory. You have to provide your own hypothesis. That is what you said.
Yes.
That is what you said.
Yeah, failed to demonstrate one instance in human history where that has occurred.
Miasma theory.
It's theory, Mark. Where how does it fit? There's a body of facts.
Okay, let's go. Oh my God, this is ridiculous.
Show me the body of facts that supported miasma theory to make it a scientific theory.
Okay, so just
I don't mean the colloquial use of
stop, because you're sort of saying, hey, it has to be a current theory in order to count as a theory, and that's not true.
It has to be a scientific theory.
It was a scientific theory. What are you talking about?
So there were a body of facts that supported.
Wait, Big Bad Mama, do you think science only started like in the 1600s or so? Where do you think we got these things from?
The scientific method. was only derived within a few
Yeah, that's
hundred
the modern scientific method. If you're saying, hey, modern scientific method, that's one thing. The thing, like, you can't just say.
What is this modern scientific theory based upon, Mark? It's based on the modern scientific method.
Exactly.
Yeah, but these theories existed before the modern scientific method. So you're saying, hey, they're not really theory. Yeah, they are.
How is that germane? How is that germane to the argument that I made, though, Mark? That's not germane to the argument
Because it's
that I
basic
provided.
logic. It still works on falsification. There is nothing in falsification that requires you to have any kind of alternative explanation for
Right,
it.
but you trying to go outside of the current bounds of the scientific method in order to support your example, right, is kind of indicative of your argument not holding as much water as I think you think it does.
Okay, so this is really dishonest because you've asked for things that have been falsified, right? So things that we no longer believe in the current scientific method. And then when I point them out, you go, oh, wait, they're not the current understanding we have in the current scientific method.
When I'm talking about scientific theory,
hang on
I
a
pretty much
second. Wow, you
figured
just
that it was...
interrupted me. Aiden, try to control yourself, mate. If you're asking me for things that have been falsified, of course going to be things from a you know a fair while ago. What are you talking
They don't
about?
necessarily have to be at all. Why do they have to be from 4000 or 2000 BC?
Well, they weren't. They also brought up
steady state was the example that I provided, and that's a theory that absolutely fit within the scientific method as we understand it.
Oh, the Michelson-Morley was like 1887. The sort of
right.
What did I talk about? The spontaneous generation was like 1660 something, proven to be the law of biogenesis with Pasteur, like maybe 100 something years later. The thing, like those things were falsified, and they sort of looked for another explanation, but that explanation come to later. So
right,
how
but
could
that was a factor.
hang on. How could they possibly have given the correct alternative when they didn't know what it was?
Because things you're talking about are mechanisms within a theory. They're not a theory unto itself.
Wrong.
Miasma was a medical theory, not a scientific theory. Germ theory is a scientific theory. It was a medical theory. There's all sorts of medical theories that have been thrown out. It was not a scientific theory.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to control myself right now.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you need to replace with anything. It just doesn't. Like you've completely misunderstood what a falsification criteria is. Completely misunderstood.
I think
you gave a bad.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Just because you say, hey, things are always replaced by something else. Yeah, that's the nature of science, but it doesn't mean it is necessary to do so.
For an entire scientific theory, yes, it is. And my contention is that it is. In order
where's
for
your citation for that?
Theory. My citation for that?
Yeah.
My citation for that was the example that I provided, steady state theory.
That's just you saying, hey, in this particular field, something
is
replaced by
okay,
something.
so what means the
excuse me,
Aiden, no, you asked me for a citation, Mark. You asked me for a citation, and I'm trying to provide you with that
Aiden, shush.
Hear anybody.
Interrupting me.
Shush.
No, I'm not. You asked me for a question. You asked me a question.
You answered, and then I started to respond, and like a jerk, you jumped right into what I was saying.
Oh.
Now,
Right, and I was trying.
Excuse me, Aiden. Shut up, Aiden. You're running
All
your
right,
mouth.
one at a time. Let Mark talk.
Good googly moogly.
I'm sorry. It's just wow, Aiden, dude. You can't just talk over the top of people. Holy crap. Just because you have one example where a theory replaced another one, that doesn't mean that in all circumstances you absolutely need to have a theory to replace the other one. That is a non sequitur. Just because you have one example doesn't mean that is always the case.
You asked me for a citation, and I provided you a citation. What is your criteria for a citation was all I was going to ask. That would have taken a grand total of 5 seconds to ask, and it would have been absolutely germane to the conversation as we were currently having it. But I'm just some jerk that can't control themselves. I'm sorry, Mark. Let me just go all Hulk mode in this conversation. I've been quite reasonable in this conversation. I've been the one that seems to be getting a little bit heated here, okay? So let's just keep that in mind moving forward. All right, you asked me for a citation, and I provided you one. So please, if that isn't sufficient for a citation for you, what is your standard for a citation so that I can meet your standard?
So I would like to see some criterion of falsifiability, like say from Karl Popper, establishing that the criterion for falsifiability of any theory includes some other theory to replace it.
Include some other theory in order to replace it?
Correct. That is your claim.
I didn't say it had to include some other theory in order to replace it. I'm saying that a theory unto itself, I'm saying that a scientific theory unto itself, right, cannot just be replaced by nothing in order for it to stand, because a scientific theory is a description of reality as we see it. It's as we currently find it to be, like evolution, for example, or the theory of gravity, are the most accurate representations or the most accurate models of reality as we see them. Would you agree with that?
I would probably agree.
They have the largest body of evidence.
Are you just going to interrupt me every single time I talk? Is that what?
No, I'm sorry. I genuinely started talking at the same time as you there. That wasn't me trying to interrupt.
Yeah. So I think run it by me one more time. Run it by me one more time. I'm sorry. I'm tired. What did you say that the criteria for a theory is?
Do you think that I was giving examples of specific theories. So do you think that the theory of evolution or the theory of gravity respectively have the largest body of evidences that describe for their respective theories?
It's irrelevant.
I'm asking you that, though.
Yeah, it's irrelevant to the question. It's a non sequitur, because it doesn't matter how big a body of evidence that you have. All theories have a falsifiability criterion, and if that criterion is met, they are falsified. It is the continued overcoming of that falsification criterion that make them so strong. Because if they were false, they should keep producing these falsification conditions, and they don't. So it's absolutely irrelevant how much they overcome the falsification criteria. If they keep failing according to those criteria, it doesn't matter how much evidence they've got for them. That's falsification under Popper and under every single person that's at the top. The same, everybody agrees on falsification criteria.
Yes, but your falsification criteria that you gave for evolution was one example of a fossil from one lineage that didn't fit in the fossil record. And that does, yes, it was. You said birds found trilobites, and that completely did the rest of the theory of evolution, because you found one example of something that maybe there is an explanation for. A true falsification of evolution would be special creation and seeing special creation. But your example did not falsify the theory of evolution in any way.
No, it isn't. No. Special creation, no. You don't have to prove special creation to falsify.
No, I'm not saying you have to prove special creation. I'm saying,
excuse me, Big Bad Mama, it wasn't just one bird in this place kind of thing. It is if we start finding birds, like multiple of them. Like if we start finding
Mark, what do you think of that? He says that the way to disprove evolution is yet the creation, as I say. Did he say that? Are you there, Mark?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello, can you hear me?
Did he say that? Yeah, I can hear you. Did he say that?
You'll have to rewind back to what you're referring to. I was only halfway paying attention. I'm sorry.
That's all right. We forgive you.
Thank you.
And that completely dismisses the rest of the theory of evolution, because you found one example of something that maybe there is an explanation for. A true falsification of evolution would be special creation and seeing special creation. But your example did not.
What do you think of that?
A falsification of evolution would be seeing special creation. I would have to ask what he meant by seeing special creation.
I mean,
because
you
that's
have to
not
prove-
something we can see because it happened in the past. We can see the results of it in that there is a creation. And I would even add that to that it's pretty dang special.
I think you said you have to prove creationism. The only way it could take place of evolution, because that to be supernatural.
I think I'm just guessing, of course. I think what BBM meant was not necessarily special creation and only special creation. I think what he meant was something like special creation.
Yeah. What do you think of that? Does that blow your mind?
Pretty cool.
But it would blow my mind if we actually had that
evidence.
But there are no scientific evidence for special creation
for the supernatural. Whoa, you don't say.
I mean, yeah.
Because, I mean, it couldn't
Isn't
be that
doesn't that blow your
science
mind?
doesn't. It couldn't be that science doesn't deal with supernatural, could it? It couldn't be that this entire debate is a giant straw man, could it be?
No.
Nope.
Oh.
Well, I'm not sure straw man is the right, but
Yeah,
that's just
well,
because I don't know the correct verbiage.
False equivalency. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah. Where it's two completely different feeds. One is religion and the other
Philosophical
is
and religious. Yeah. Well, they both kind of they both have tentacles in philosophy. We got to be honest about that.
Oh,
but
yeah, for
they're
sure.
entirely different, and philosophy is really the only thing that even brings the two together. But it's still a false equivalency to ask for empirical evidence for the supernatural.
Yeah. Of course. I would say so.
I put a giant wing on my car. Look at that thing.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. You
Can you
have
fly
to
with your car?
take it easy, or you might just fly off the earth. Wouldn't that be something?
I wonder if I can get this thing any lower to the ground.
We like if they can make it where they have hover cars in real life.
Hover cars.
Yeah.
They already have hovercraft.
I would like to say something very, very, very important.
Yeah.
It's a bit late, but I'm hoping it will come through. I would say to Aiden's fiance, he has said her name many times, but I won't because he didn't in this instance, so I won't say it. I would say, Happy birthday! Happy birthday
Let's call her
to
birthday
you.
girl.
Ja må
This
leva,
is your
ja
birthday
må
song.
leva,
Isn't
ja
very
må
long.
leva till 100 år. Visst ska hon leva, visst ska hon leva, visst ska hon leva. Tills
Ooh,
han
now I
kommer
have a
hem.
race car. Yeah.
So you're racing?
Yeah.
Are you races?
Well, I've been tuning and building and trying out different setups, and I think I got the sweet spot now.
Oh.
She fast.
You serious?
And she slows down fast too. Fast and slow. I love it.
Who do you think is winning this debate between Mark Reed versus Aiden and Big Bad Mama?
Nobody. Oh, I need to slow down faster.
What do you think of this discussion?
It's interesting. It's definitely entertaining.
Yeah. What do you think of
I think Mark Reed was tired and really had a short fuse with Aiden, but I think Aiden was also being kind of childish. But regardless of that, it was entertaining, and I think they all brought up some good points.
He can't help. He's born that way. He had the Aiden gene.
Right. It makes him look like he's 12 years old.
Yeah.
No, that's not fair.
What do you think, Miss Outcast, of the discussion?
I think it's very interesting, and I tend to agree with Mark. I think Mark was. Mark Stoney. I agree with him about Mark Reed being tired.
Oh, he wanted to go 99, get his bikies and do teddy bear.
Yes. Yes, he did. He did.
Oh. Look at him. He's a funny guy. Crikey.
Not falsify the theory of evolution in any way.
No, it isn't. No. Special creation, no. You don't have to prove special creation to falsify.
No, I'm not saying you have to prove special
And it
creation. I'm
wasn't
saying,
just, excuse me, Big Bad Mama, it wasn't just one bird in this place kind of thing. It is if we start finding birds, like multiple of them. Like if we start finding mammals back with trilobites in the, very, very early things. How are you going to explain that?
That's not the criteria you first gave. You gave one example of
yes.
one bird found.
Now you're changing it.
Example. You're moving the goalposts.
Oh, come on. Seriously? Okay, well, let's keep to birds. And how would you explain that? If birds were before reptiles, how would you explain that?
We'd have to study it and do what we always do is we'd have to look at all the layers where the trilobites were found and see if we found other birds there, or is there an explanation why the bird fossils ended up in that layer? We'd have to study it like any scientific endeavor. But one example that you give now, if you found found those fossils like you were saying, then you started finding mammal fossils in with single cell organisms or dinosaur fossils with man. Yeah, that would probably falsify the theory, but that's ridiculous. I mean, it's a ridiculous, you're never going to find that.
I never said you would.
Well,
like, this is a thing. You guys are talking like, oh, we're going to find this. No, we're not. The fact is, we keep finding these fossils, and they are in the perfect pattern that evolution predicts again and again and again. That's the whole point, that it keeps overcoming the falsification criteria.
Yes, but there is no...
Hang on. You guys are talking like we're going to do this tomorrow, and that's not... I can't think that at all. I don't know why you're sort of, leveraging that against me.
You're not even using something that's a possibility in reality. And so it's no different than saying God put them there or the devil put them there. You're not using anything that has any sort of real possibility that you're going to find all these things. You might as well say God or the devil put them in the fossil beds.
You know what, Big Ben Mama? A real scientist would follow the evidence, not say, hey, you're saying something impossible. A real scientist would say, hey, if we do find the evidence, we must follow the evidence wherever it leads, not just say, hey, you're saying something impossible. Look, I think it is kind of near impossible that would happen, but because I know that science never ever gives absolutes and everything can always be questioned, I won't say, hey, this theory will never be overturned, because that's not what science does. Everything's up for questioning. Everything's up to following the evidence. If you find evidence that it's wrong, follow that evidence, and then we'll find something else. You might come up with the I don't know what it would be. Say there's a panspermia / something. I don't know what to find, and I don't think we're going to find that. The chances of it, after billions and billions of time, every single fossil we have found has fallen into that evolutionary pattern. No, I don't think we're going to find a fossil out of place. If we were, we would have done so already. But all I'm saying is, like, we're talking about falsification criteria. So if you want me to apply that to evolution, I've got to talk in hypotheticals, because it's never met that falsification criteria. How am I supposed to talk about falsification criteria for evolution, which has not been even remotely falsified?
Your falsification criteria
Can,
also
can,
has to
can you
falsify
pause?
biogeography.
Yeah, so I do get what Mark Reed is saying. However, I get but I get the feeling that they're all kind of talking past each other.
Yeah.
And it becomes just more and more clear that seems to be the case the more they're talking. Also, just so you know, I might have to run away quickly in a while, but I'll be back.
Okay.
So if I don't answer, that's why, because I'm hoping I will have food.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Uh-huh.
Why haven't I
What
eaten
kind of food?
anything today?
See, I didn't eat I kind of ate yesterday, but I will eat real food today because I think my brain needs it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brain food.
Mm-hmm.
You ever feed your brain?
Feed my brain. Well, I'm not a zombie, I don't think so. I do feel like one from time to time, and I do wish I was one from time to time. Not really a zombie, but
Why?
kind
So
of.
you could eat brains?
No, so that my brain didn't make the ruckus it so
Oh. You ever
obviously
get in an
likes to
argument with
do.
your brain?
Huh?
You ever get in an argument with your brain?
Oh,
Daily. All the
constantly,
time.
all the time, constantly. It's annoying. It's really annoying, especially when I know what's right and it does not listen to me for even 5 seconds. It interrupts me. It
Mm-hmm.
You should tell your
ruins
heart
me.
on your brain. The heart could give it a spanking.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll try that next time.
Wise words from the Gangster Ghost.
Yes. We expect nothing less.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
But Mark, what would you? Who do
That's
you
my
agree with
name.
out of the two, the Mark Reed or the Aidens and the Big Bad Moms?
I have to go with Logan on this one.
Oh, but are you going with Mark because he's your fellow Mark? You all Mark stick together.
Well, Mark is a strong name. Got to admit.
Yeah. Like Mark Calloway or Mark Hamill or Mark Kiss.
Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah. But are any videos you like to do a response to?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'm just hanging out, driving around. Ooh, I'm gonna go drive up this mountain. It's gonna be awesome. Watch this.
Oh, do you want to? Oh,
Woohoo!
you wanted this? You said you like this to do. You want to do a review of your video of Sky?
Ask Deviant.
She's not here.
I am.
She is too.
Oh, you're here. What do you say?
Yeah.
You like
About what? Making a response.
not response, more like a review of the Skylar video Mark has.
I don't. I wouldn't do that.
Oh, then,
Yeah.
Would you like to do a video about Count Hovind?
Well, I might not be the best person to do that because there would be so much profanity and I might end up hurting my hand again.
Not your hand.
You could listen.
I know.
You could just swear in Swedish, and we'd never know.
Ah, that's a good idea.
It's a terrible idea because then when you speak Swedish, everybody's gonna know.
I know. I know.
I'm full of bad
But
ideas. Look what I did to my car.
Oh
I
goodness.
just drove it up a mountain, and it ended up there.
I did sing the birthday song to Aiden's fiance though in Swedish, and that was not curse words. It was the actual, not really, or maybe there was one or two curse words. Maybe you never know, but it kind of was. It was nice curse words.
Oh, that's
nice. Yes.
But
It's just I don't like the song. Hey, I'm being blackmailed.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Scott Kettle. I mean Soot Kettle. Aiden called him Scott Kettle before.
Don't read that, Logan.
Sorry.
It's a private chat for a reason, sir.
Oh, sorry.
You can continue the video.
Please. Wait, we're watching a video?
We are.
Okay. Sorry, I was driving and then I crashed and now I'm gonna get something to eat because I'm starving. But yeah, go ahead and play the video and you said something about food and then I realized I hadn't eaten anything since like
I know.
early yesterday afternoon. And yeah, it triggered a hunger response from me. So I'm gonna feed myself.
Okay.
Feed yourself what?
Food.
Oh, I no wait. What are they? They're insane. They're going by bike, and they're.
I'll be back.
Okay. I'm here. They say they're here in 6 minutes. We will see.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other videos you like to watch?
No, you can continue unless they're finished.
No, they're not finished.
Okay.
Genetic drift and natural selection in order to truly falsifiable. And your first example of finding, I just had a problem with your example that you gave at the beginning, as you know. And I think even you know that was not enough to falsify the complete theory of evolution, which includes biogeography and includes all of evolutionary synthesis, as a matter of fact. So then you started to say, well, we find that there's all sorts of fossils that are out of place. Well, you had a goalpost there a little bit, but I'd have to think about that. The first example you gave, though, I just have to say, did not falsify the theory of evolution.
Well, I mean, you sort of said, oh, you'd have to falsify biodiversity and sort of
Biogeography.
Well, yeah, and well, biogeography as well. If you're finding something where it shouldn't be in the fossil record, it's kind of how did it get there is the question. I mean, like that would come up, right?
Well, finding marsupials in Sweden. Finding marsupial fossils in Sweden, Did somebody join us?
If we find
Hello.
If we find sort of birds before dinosaurs, you don't think that would be a good falsification criteria?
No.
Wow.
Because you have mold, you have all sorts of other lineages that are, and you have you have phylogenetic evidence as well. So you have all these lines of evidence that your one find, which would need scientific scrutiny, of course, to see what, why are we finding these birds before dinosaurs?
Birds. Yeah. So we know that dinosaurs.
Yeah, but that doesn't
became
falsify
birds.
the line from fish to amphibian, for example.
Not necessarily.
Your example doesn't invalidate Tiktaalik, for example.
I heard before.
Yeah, I was gonna say Gangster Ghost. I know I'm interrupting Gangster Ghost. I'm a serial interrupter. I'm sorry. I know
you
I
are.
can't help myself.
Yeah, finally.
It's true. I don't just do it with you, Mark. I'm very unbiased with totally bulldozing over people in conversation. No, you had something that you had brought up to me in Messenger.
Yeah, I remember here. I'm not sure it was from scientists or something like that. If something was proven wrong, they still keep it until they could find another model to take its place. I remember hearing that before.
Well, I mean, what else do you really as an alternative model? As I was saying, when you have a model that has the most preponderance of evidence in its favor, more than anything else, it's scientifically prudent to keep that model until you find another one with a larger body of evidence to support it. But with that being said,
but that's a different thing. Now it's you that's moving the goalposts.
Mark, I did just want to finish off what I was about to say by saying I am sorry for interrupting you earlier. I could tell that you were getting really frustrated by that, and I apologize for that.
Thank you. Yeah, so now you're moving the goalpost because it wasn't sort of, it's falsification, not replacement. So now you're moving the goalpost and saying, hey, we keep something until we replace it. Yeah, it's still being falsified though.
Well, yeah, my original No, the original contention that was made between me and Robin was I take the contention that in order for a scientific theory to be invalidated, another scientific theory with a larger preponderance of evidence that better describes reality than the original scientific theory needs to take its place. And I think that we observe that in every circumstance in the history of scientific advancement. I don't think there's
Well, I mean, I think that's a true principle, but I understand what Mark's saying. That's not technically what's required to falsify something. You can prove one thing wrong without proving something else right.
Yeah, no, I think in general you can prove one thing wrong without proving another thing wrong. I'm saying that in the specific setting of a scientific theory, that what we observe in the history of scientific advancement is without exception another scientific theory with a better preponderance of evidence that more accurately describes reality will come and take the place of the other theory that had up until that point met that same criteria.
Oh, I'm not arguing that.
The theory of evolution
that happens. Just a second, I'm not arguing that. I admit that, often, like nearly always, on a variable amount of time, another theory will come and replace it, like the aether was replaced by Einstein's theory. But what I'm saying is, in order to falsify it, like, you don't have to provide any alternative.
But the theory of evolution is so vast and covers so many disciplines.
Yeah. Are you there? Ernie's your mom?
I didn't say anything.
The amount of falsification evidence you would have to find is so huge that it would automatically fit into another scientific theory, and that scientific theory would be obvious from the get-go. Like, what do you mean? What?
Like what? What would be the alternative theory?
The only alternative theory you could have would be, and it wouldn't be a theory, it would be something supernatural.
Would it?
Because you've covered an example in the fossil record, but there are so many other parts of evolution, phylogenetics, biography. You have to find examples that also falsify that evidence as well. And when you put together all those falsifications together, it would fit into some theory that we don't know about. It would be we don't know about yet, obviously, because it doesn't exist and it won't exist.
Correct.
Well, saying it, I disagree.
Hang on. Correct. It would be a theory that we don't know about. So you agreed on falsification criteria, Big Bad Mama. You agreed that, hey, if we found humans living with bacteria, all these things, okay, I accept that, right? Just say I accept that, just for the sake of argument, okay? You have your falsification criteria. If that was met, would you have to have another theory in order to replace it?
You would automatically evidence.
Not automatically. No, it's not, because if you found that, you might not know why it's there, what's happening, what is up. But you said that there was a falsification criteria for evolution. You agreed with that, and I agree with you. That would falsify evolution. But because we don't have anything to replace it, because we may not know if it's God or aliens or just some other natural force at work, we won't have anything to replace it. And that is my point. You do not need a replacement in order to falsify a theory.
May I interject? So I think that okay. I'm trying to phrase this as best I can here.
Try poetry.
I think that whatever falsifiability criteria would have to be met in order to falsify the theory of evolution, whatever criteria was met in order to falsify that theory would enhance an evidence towards whatever that alternative theory would be. It would inherently be used as a form of evidence for whatever theory would come and circumvent that theory. In the same way that the aether not existing, when proving to have not existed, was a point of proof or evidence, not proof, for Einstein's theory of general relativity. I think the same would have to be. Well, yeah, sure, it absolutely is. The fact that it doesn't exist is an evidence for relativity being true.
Not really, no, because Michelson-Morley only happened in 1887, and Einstein only wrote his field equations in sort of 1903, I believe it was. So you're talking about a good decade and a bit.
Talking about one piece of evidence, though. They got one piece of the puzzle, and Einstein put all of those pieces of the puzzle together. But the point that I'm making isn't that the theory itself is what emerges as that falsifiable criteria. I'm saying that at the very least, one of those pieces of that puzzle, one of those evidences towards that other theory that will circumvent the original one, is revealed in the process of that falsifiability being met. I think that you could at least agree with that.
Yeah, and I'll say a final word, because Missing Mod does want to move on, so I'll say a final word, that just because you say it should come up is no guarantee that it will. To me, this is sort of wishful thinking, sort of saying, hey, if a theory is sort of debunked or falsified, it will be the case that we will know an alternative is sort of just so you hope, but that's not necessarily the case. So I think you're just engaging in a bit of sort of well, we can sort of think about the theory of evolution if it's falsified. What if it is special creation kind of thing? You won't know that. It won't come up in the evidence. It's just that the theory won't hold for the falsification criteria that we kind of agreed on.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that the new theory will inherently be revealed by that falsifiability being met. I'm just saying that that falsifiability being met will point towards a new explanation. It doesn't inherently mean that new theory or explanation will be discovered just because of that being met. Go ahead, Christian.
I just want to throw in a thought. I've been here the whole time, so I may not have the whole context, but I thought about, there's a quote from Isaac Asimov, who was a famous science fiction writer, who said that any technology sufficiently advanced would be indistinguishable from magic. And I thought about that principle in terms of something like falsification of the theory of evolution, because if the theory of evolution were falsified through naturalistic means, to me, it would indicate that whatever theory was correct was extremely sophisticated. And it is possible that we could stumble upon a series of falsifications that hint at so sophisticated that we are not yet ready to understand it as a species. And so in that sense, I would have to say that I agree with Mark. You could find that one thing is evidently not true without comprehending that another thing is true.
Right, but just because you don't comprehend that doesn't mean that the other thing isn't still out there.
No, obviously, sure.
The actual explanation of that.
Yeah, of course.
Of course not. Yeah, well, let's wrap it up because we're
yeah. No, we can move to different. Missing Mod, what was the topic?
Yeah, thanks, Christian. I understand what you're saying, though. Thank you.
That's a big subject, man.
Yeah.
I just don't understand. I can't even pay attention. I'm watching videos over here of something else.
We're just yelling at each other right now for the sake of yelling at each other.
I'm a very poetic frog on occasion.
I am really sorry, though, Mark.
Someone explain the poetic frog thing to me,
Okay,
please.
so
I
was trolling the Proverbs guy last night with his fake account.
Oh, really? You're wasting your time with those guys?
Every time they would say something, I would make a poem about it.
Achilles found out it was you pretty soon too. I gotta say, he spotted you pretty soon.
He asked me. He's like, "Are you pike?" And I was like, "Fish or weapon your wish."
That's how I knew it was him. I'm like, it's got to be him.
They have an evolution debate coming up, Mark.
Oh,
I'm
God,
sorry?
They have an evolution show coming up.
Yeah, I don't.
Are you done?
Well, he walked up in my comments going, "Oh, you can't make any of your own content. You've just got to use what I've got," kind of thing. And I'm like, "Okay, you can have your show." I basically just said, "Hey, there's the only stuff I use is stuff in it, right? So if I show up the rest of if I'm not in it, I don't use it because I only do what I'm in. I wouldn't just rip people off like that. I feel that's wrong. So I just went, okay, well, if you've got a problem with it, I just won't show up. That's fine.
Was it Steven or Achilles that did that?
No,
or I guess...
Steven.
he's
So
always had a. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just
Hey,
like, well,
pause.
I don't have to show up there.
Pause. So yeah, Bolin has a habit of blocking people just because they want to, for no other reason, and they make these outrageous claims too, like, oh, they're just stealing content. Well, that's what you do on YouTube. That's how you do a reaction. It's not stealing. It's adding your thoughts on other people's content. And what Mark's saying here is he doesn't even do just that. He goes on people's shows and only uses the content that he's involved with. I mean, how many YouTubers out there is their content explicitly them reacting to other people's content? I mean, quite a few. So, I mean, I don't see what the problem is other than Stephen Bolin doesn't like being exposed for what and who he is. What do you think about that, Logan?
No.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I think you're
After
right.
this, yeah.
I mean, what are we doing right now? We're reviewing somebody else's content. It's not theft. It's not stealing. It's putting your own spin on what they have said.
Why would
Putting your
anyone wanna?
thoughts.
Right? Why would anyone wanna steal the Proverbs guys material?
Yeah, I'm just
I
gonna
mean,
create a channel that has nothing but their content.
no comments, nothing. Just applause in the background. No, Steven, I'm
Ooh.
sorry. That would never happen.
Well, Brother Pike had a good discussion with Hoo last night.
Who?
Woohoo!
That one guy, Woohoo. I forgot his name, but yeah, he had a
Woohoo!
good discussion.
That was his name.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Woohoo.
Woohoo!
Yeah, he had a good discussion with him last night. After this, you want to watch that?
I think Deviant had a video she wanted to watch. She mentioned it in the private chat.
What video you like to watch, Mrs. Outcast?
I'm sorry.
Any video you want.
Wait. So, well, it's a lecture by a gentleman named Irvin Finkel. He's awesome. He's an Assyriologist and a curator at the British Museum in London. And he's the name of the lecture is "The Ark Before Noah: A Great Adventure." So it's about.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do
I
you have a
watched
link?
it like a couple of. Yeah, I do. I watched it a couple of years ago. Wait, I have. If I do, wait, let's do like this. Not. Why does it say 40 seconds? I don't want. So there we go. Pause. What? Pause. I said pause. Why doesn't my computer do what I tell it to? It only does.
It's starting to think for itself. The
I
computers are going to
know.
rebel.
I know. I think so. Men jag gjorde det igen. Hur ärtgärnig får man bli på en skala? Äggplanta.
Right.
Det är fel på mig.
So what did she just say? Do I really want to know?
Where is
Well, it wasn't anything really bad. I called myself an eggplant among other things.
An eggplant? What?
Yeah, because I'm being stupid as one.
Oh, okay. It happens.
You ever seen that movie Night at the Roxbury?
Mm-hmm.
Was
So
it based on you?
Oh.
For me?
Yeah.
No,
was
it
based
wasn't.
on you?
It was not based on me, Logan. No.
You and Aiden? You're the tall guy, Aiden's the shorter
Will
guy?
Ferrell and what's his name? I can't remember his name. Ooh, just crashed.
What? One other movie I've seen him in was the movie
No, that's not what I
House on
said.
Haunted Hill.
I have the link in the private chat now.
Pea soup on a scale with what?
That's not what I said. I said something like I did it again and told myself I was stupid.
Oh, you did
Basically.
it again.
I
Here,
did
let me
it
see if I
again.
can share that.
Yeah, I can imagine that being you and Aiden.
Huh?
The Night at the Roxbury.
That's nuts. All right, I have this video. Do you want to play it? What was that?
Oh, no.
Well, thank you, Gil. It's customary for people in this miserable position to say how glad I am to be here. In my case, it's literally true, because I haven't been here since 1979, and I'm extremely glad to be here. It's wonderful to discover that this thing which has loomed in my mind as a kind of lingering fantasy is still, in fact, standing. Of course, when you go to England, it's more miraculous if things are still standing, but that's neither here nor there. So I'm going to talk to you about this topic, the Ark before Noah, which has been a big adventure, which has converted my life from the dull, tedious, dusty and unexciting life of a normal curator into just the opposite, with heart-endangering consequences. So one of the things that happens if you are a curator in the British Museum is, because the public have the mistaken idea that we are experts, is to identify things which people bring in. And they always make a lot of fuss about how interested they are when you tell them that it's Middle Bronze Age or Late Iron Age or something of this sort of technical side, because what they really want to know is how much they're worth. And we are forbidden by the trustees from ever referring to this matter, so we are experienced in dealing with all sorts of drama. And it happened to me once when I was on duty that a person called Douglas Simmons came in about 1985 with a bag full of antiquities, small antiquities, which he poured onto the desk, and I was the duty officer. And it contained some coins, a couple of lamps, a bit of Chinese stuff, a couple of shabtis, and a cuneiform tablet. Well, it might not surprise you to know that I picked up the cuneiform tablet first. And I picked it up, and at first sight I assumed it was going to be an old Babylonian letter. I'm sure you would have the same conclusion in terms of size, shape, dimension, grammatical forms, semantic parallels, and so forth. But I lifted it up and started to read it. And this is what came out. I'm not going to read the whole of this book out. I should tell you, if you want to read it yourself, this is easily arranged. It's very easily arranged afterwards. Wall, read wall. Atra hasis. Pay heed to my advice that you may live forever. Destroy your house, build a boat, spurn property, and save life. Well, not many letters begin that way. And in point of fact, I was able to read it at sight because I had a very demanding teacher who used to hit people and thrash them with barbed wire until they learnt their signs. And so recognizing the beginning of the flood story in the Babylonian epic was a doddle for someone who graduated from that classroom. So I realized I had in my hands a piece of the old Babylonian version of the flood story, which is a piece of gold in the world, because everyone is interested in the flood story, and nobody ever gets their hands on an unpublished piece which has never been seen by any other Assyriologist. So I was rather excited about it, and what happened was he took it away, picked up the lamp and said, "And what about this?" And when I'd gone through the rest of the material, trembling with excitement and thinking, can I borrow this for a while and read it, he went, and I didn't see him for the best part of a decade. So I knew that this thing was in circulation, and this was before the trustees of the British Museum had produced this handbook about how to knock people to the floor and take over their property for the trustees. So I just let him escape. But I knew that sooner or later it would come back to the British Museum, because all important things do. Some of them, for example, are temporarily in the Louvre, but sooner or later they come to us. So the thing is, when I finally got this thing into my control, I had the luxury, to say, of reading it properly in privacy with a good light and so forth to get the guts of it out. And it became apparent that the thing was of 60 lines in length, and although the beginning was exactly the same as is attested in the other sporadic examples, the rest of it was very startling. Now, knowledge of the flood itself on cuneiform tablets has been in the public domain since 1872, when George Smith, the character on the left, for the first time was a modern human being who read a piece of this dog biscuit kind of material from this barbaric background and discovered that he was reading Holy Writ virtually in this peculiar format. And the story goes in our department records, I'm sure it's true, that he dropped the tablet on the table in his anxiety and started to run around the room, holding his head and making funny squeaking noises, and eventually attempting to remove his clothing. And this has gone down in history as a laughable matter, but it's almost certain that what actually happened was he had an epileptic fit, because the impact of discovering for the first time that the text of Genesis, which everybody in 19th century London knew by heart, existed in this peculiar rival form. So George Smith, in 1872, discovered this for the first time. There was a huge furore about it, all sorts of discussion by all sorts of people. I'd just like to draw your attention to the image of Smith on your left. He has the broad, intelligent forehead, leadership kind of profile, fine beard, lucid, intelligent eyes, and so forth. There's always been this range of characteristics that the trustees have looked for in their Assyriological employees.
It is a respectable
The
beard,
thing is
I
that
have to admit.
when Smith published this, he wrote very lucidly about it and its implications for the biblical story, because it contained not only the approximate parallel, but a much more specific one. For example, the fact that when the flood was abated and things were quiet, a series of 3 birds was released, and only the third one came back. Didn't come back, so he knew that something had appeared above dry land, which is, of course, what Noah did in the more popular version of the story, as celebrated in Hollywood, and the really good one, which you have to read in the original in Babylonian. So, one of the interesting things about the version which he discovered, that 1872 tablet, it came from the library of Ashurbanipal in the 7th century BC. It was one of the king's own personal copies of his standard literature, although they didn't know that securely at the time. And when Smith made his very quick and very accurate translation, it included a description of what the ark that this Utnapishtim, the equivalent of Noah in his version of the story, had built. And the description comes out as a cube. That's to say, an object which is the same height, width, and length in all dimensions. So the clergymen, who were extremely worried about the way that the Bible had been undermined and what this might mean for the end of civilization, came back in force saying, well, this is rubbish, this isn't nothing like the Ark in the Bible, it's a cube, whoever had a boat that was a cube, it is mad anyway, and we don't have to take notice of this. And so they were impelled and felt encouraged to dismiss evidence which was unwelcome to them. Of course, they were operating on the assumption that the real Noah's Ark, so to speak, looked like this. I was rather fortunate to find this contemporary photograph, which is what we call research in the British Museum. It's called Google, generally. And here it is, exactly as it was, reconstructed in this image according to the text of the Bible. So the situation was that in 1872 and a half, there were people who believed in the Assyrian version. There were people who stuck fast to the Bible, so you had a cube or a coffin. But of course, at the same time, everybody really knew what Noah's Ark looked like. It's one of these things. There's usually a giraffe looking out the window just to complete it. So, in fact, Ark fanciers, so to speak, had these 3 alternatives at their disposal. So it made it even more astonishing when I had the leisure to read this tablet, when it turned out the following thing, because the god Enki, who had discovered that the world was going to be destroyed, decided it wasn't a good matter, and that he picked on some human being to build this lifeboat to rescue all life forms against the waters that would come. And it's always been a mystery, actually, why he picked on this Atram Harsis, whose name means extremely intelligent, because however intelligent he might have been, it is clear that Enki didn't trust his knowledge of boat building at all, because in this tablet he tells him all the information you need to know in order to build this boat. In other words, it's like one of those boxes from IKEA, which has all the information on a mimeographed panel on the side, so when you take it home, you can build it on your own. So the first piece of information that came out of reading this tablet was that the boat was round. And I'm fairly secure about most words beginning with K because I worked on the K volume, so I felt that the word Kipatu was under my belt, but I thought I'd make absolutely sure that I hadn't misremembered it, because round boats are not something you tend to encounter in your normal life, until you remember, of course, that riverine communities all over the world have used round boats, which we called coracles, and which in Arabic are called guffa, and that in ancient Mesopotamia they certainly had boats like this, and it suddenly became a rather intelligible picture that for an old Babylonian poet who lived when he wrote that tablet in about 1800 BC, so it's 1,000 years older than the Assyrian version, in writing about the story, conceived of the ark in question, the boat to save lives, as a round coracle boat, as people built on the sides of the river. And this makes a lot of sense, because the thing about a coracle, if you've never been in one, you will have to take my word for it. I've been in one once. The reason is I'm the president of the British Coracle Association. It's not a funny thing at all. I don't see why you're sniggering. This is a major tribute to me as a person. I haven't got a gold chain. It's a bit annoying, but they promised me one, and I had to go in one, so I've been in one, so I can talk about this with a great deal of familiarity. And the thing about these boats, I know from many years of experience, is that they don't sink. And if you've got the job of collecting up all these male and females and putting them in a boat, it doesn't have to go from Portsmouth to New York. All it has to do is float. And the coracle doesn't have a front or a back. It just floats, and they float beautifully. So that is why the poet who wrote this story, trying to visualize the thing in a realistic way, decided it was going to be a giant coracle. It certainly was going to be a giant coracle. The surface area of the plan is given, it's 3,600 square metres, so bigger than this room. And in this IKEA list of instructions, he tells him of the materials he will need, that's to say, the rope which is wrapped around to build the body of the boat, the ribs made of wood, and the bitumen to coat it inside and out to make it waterproof. He not only tells him he will need these materials, but he actually tells him how much of them he will need in order to complete the job. So this is where it becomes something very remarkable. So this is what, of course, Iraqi coracles look like, or used to look like. The one at the top on your left is a fairly modern one of the last ones ever made, probably. And the one below that is the runner-up for the Guinness Book of Records award for the most males ever stuffed in a single coracle with success. And in fact, they were disqualified because one of them was a boy, and they thought that was cheating. So that's them. And then in the middle is a drawn from a lantern slide, which was given to us in the museum by an old lady from her father's collection, and we had it blown up, and you can't see very clearly on this screen, but Mark, you've got two women who are doing the grand tour.
Hi, Big Bad Mama.
Hi, everybody.
Just want to say
hello,
hi.
Hello.
Hi.
I have a
This
question,
sounded
though.
interesting, so I wanted to listen.
Is he comparing the shape of the ark to one of these things, or just in the story that this other story?
I have no idea.
Didn't the original author was writing about an actual boat and gave specifications for it?
Yeah, but it's this what do you call it? Not oracle. Coracle. Or yeah, coracle. But that
something
wasn't
to that nature.
Right, and the reason I asked is because this is not the dimensions that the ark was built in, and the what he showed here, that is not. I mean, I guess he's making a joke about it. I don't know. That I guess would be more likened to the actual shape of the ark.
Big Bad
Then
Mama.
he called it this one.
I have a question for
the
you.
Real version. Do you think he was joking or?
Oh, sorry.
I wasn't finished. I'm sorry. Do you think he was just making a joke, or is he serious that he thinks this is the shape of the ark? Because
No,
that is similar to a coracle.
no, he's saying this is the picture you're showing now. He said this is what people usually think about when they think about the ark.
Yeah.
So that's a joke. That obviously this is a children's.
Right.
Yeah.
Whatever. Isn't he making the point that there's more information on the earlier writings that might have influenced the people that actually wrote the Genesis account?
I believe.
Well, yeah, but this is not.
I believe so,
the
and he
shape described in Genesis.
Well,
no.
Big Bad Mama, I have a question.
But he's not saying. Sorry.
That's right. Big Bad Mama. We think of that video earlier by Sea Science.
I didn't watch it, Logan.
Yes,
I haven't. I mean, if I'm gonna like respond to that video, I need to like study it and actually make notes about it and stuff. So,
okay, we watched it a little bit earlier,
I didn't do that. So,
and we saw the video of you debating Mark Reed.
I saw that. I saw part of that.
Did you win?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't think there was a winner. I just don't think that he showed a good example of a falsification of a scientific theory, let alone falsification of evolution.
That guy in there looks kind of like Charles Darwin.
A little bit.
He kind of does.
It's the beard. He's awesome though.
Here's this other guy.
Just his name is fantastic.
Here's this other guy.
Finkel.
Here's this other guy who looked a lot like him too. He was part of that group with the Christopher Hitchens.
Daniel Dennett.
Yeah.
He does look like Daniel Dennett.
What he's about the round, the shape of it. He's talking about the tablets, the cuneiform tablets that was delivered to him. And
not the Genesis description.
No.
Okay.
So he showed the picture of the cube, and I don't remember if he said that that's what other versions of the same story, because we have several. What's special about the tablets that he got from this guy is that they contain more. It's a more complete version of the story than has ever been found before.
Gotcha.
Yes. So, and he said the cube form doesn't really make any sense, but what he could deem from this new material was that it was most likely, what was described was more likely something like this, a round shape. And he's just showing that these round boats actually exist. He's not saying that this is what's said in the Genesis account.
He was just throwing the silly image of the ark up there for reference.
Yes, and the oblong rectangle. He showed this is what it looks like in the Genesis account, if I understood him correctly. I was eating meanwhile, so I might have missed a bit.
He's also making the point that there's several Mesopotamian myths and not just one
Yeah.
There's a Sumerian myth, and there's a couple of Akkadian flood myths that might have influenced the Genesis account.
Or maybe it was a flood that influenced them all.
Well, I mean,
Sure. There were many floods in those areas, which is one of the reasons that they had, contrary to Egypt, where the floods are predictable, or were until the building of the Aswan Dam, who kind of effed up the
Well, there's
Nile
still floods
completely.
here today, all over the world.
Yeah, of course, but they weren't as devastating as they were in the area of the Euphrates and Tigris, because they also had they build their houses out of mud brick.
Right.
So the floods
Well,
just
and
completely
also,
destroyed it.
yeah, and also today we have technology and predictive capabilities to know when seasonal floods, abnormal floods, things like that nature would occur. So, of course, they're less devastating today as far as from a loss of life perspective, but they're every bit as devastating to property today as well.
I was gonna say, and people do die from floods.
Oh, absolutely. Hurricane Katrina, back in the 2000s, earlier 2000s, was pretty devastating, and goodness, so many people lost their lives.
Or the tsunami in 2004.
Yep.
That
And I
was
think there was
a
another
really
one
bad
in
one.
2011 that took hundreds of thousands of lives. Was it?
There's also the possibility that they're not talking about floods, actual literal floods at all, that they're talking about a flood as a mythological motif for a renewal of a people, or also a mythological archetype for the individual unconscious. We don't know that they're talking about literal floods at all.
Well, of course they get the idea of a flood from actual real life floods. Otherwise, they wouldn't be making the reference, because it would be
they live by
foreign
rivers,
concept to
and
them.
so
Right? Yeah.
they live by flooding rivers, which in the springtime renew the soil every year, and they're a source of renewal for agriculture. And so I just, I'm apprehensive about looking at it as they're just describing a newspaper event, which is kind of what's being implied.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, I think they're definitely, whether they're describing, an actual event or a mythological event, it's definitely a major event, more than just newspaper worthy. That's like, newspaper ending type stuff.
Right, but a mythological account wouldn't be a newspaper account.
Sure.
And I think the point of this gentleman is to tie these cultures together mythologically and to compare their myths.
Right.
Yeah. I think he will
Interesting perspective. I shall continue the video.
So that's them, and then in the middle is drawn from a lantern slide, which was given to us in the museum by an old lady from her father's collection, and we had it blown up, and you can't see very clearly on the screen, but you've got two women who are doing the grand tour and have clearly been persuaded by some slick.
Is that the grandma tour or the real tour? Sorry.
Organizer of holiday activities to go in one of these boats and sample life in real, and they all look terrified. So the thing is that the coracle in Iraq is known in ancient times. It's on the sculptures, for example, but also from many anecdotal and photographic pieces of evidence from the 19th and 20th century as well, even though I think it's now disappeared. So the other photograph which I will now show you is this, which is from a pair of lantern slide pictures and part of a sequence of someone who photographed the construction of a coracle on the banks of the river in Iraq in about 1920. And here you can see, in principle, how this boat is built. And what you do is you have to have all this great quantity of rope, and you have a pith, the pith which comes from the trunk of a palm tree, which is twisted and twisted and twisted until it becomes a thick rope, and it is exceptionally strong. And the basic way in which the coracle is to be made is you draw it out on the ground in a great circle, and as it comes back to the beginning, the next bit is laid on top of the previous one, and it is stitched north to south, and you go round and stitch north to south, and then the third on top of the second, and you end up with a great floppy basket. And when you've done that, you have to have ribs which fit round the frame, which is laced to the hole, and then the bitumen is applied. So something very interesting happened to me, probably unique situation. The central portion of this tablet is full of numbers and very technical, and I'm frantically innumerate. So I got a bit of help with dealing with the numbers, and I've never built any boats at all in London, so I wasn't really on top of it, but I discovered in the library of the Ethnographical Institute in our museum that a man called Hornell wrote in 1920 an account of how these coracles are built, for which this is an illustration by somebody else.
I'm sorry, it's
So this Hornell was a very worthy person, a great boat historian, and he was from Scotland, and he was a man of very small number of words. His sentences are extremely terse and very difficult to understand. And the Babylonian, which is more or less preserved, is very terse and difficult to understand in different areas. So I had this unique situation that I used Hornell's description from 1920 AD to understand the narrative written in the 18th century BC about how to build these boats, and at the same time use the Babylonian to understand what he meant in English. And eventually both things became mutually intelligible and the whole sequence emerged. So I'm not going to go through all this in laborious detail. It was tempting to do this and then perhaps suggest over wine there might be a short paper of test questions for you all to fill out. But there is one thing I want you to retain from this experience, Brad, though it may be for many years to come. The measurements of the materials are, of course, given in Babylonian measurements, not in English. They weren't that advanced. So when it came to the rope needed to wind round to make this boat, this god Enki explained to Atrahasis that he would need 14,430 sutu measures of rope in order to build this boat. I thought this was supposed to be the Oriental Institute. Someone was supposed to go or something like that. I'm rather disappointed. Okay, let me tell you another amazing fact. I decided I couldn't cope with the maths on this tablet, so I did what people in my position normally do, which is look in the yellow pages for a cheap Nobel Prize winner in mathematics. And I got this fellow to come over, and I explained that we had these measurements, that the rope length was given at 14,430 sutu, and we knew that the area of the boat was 3,600 square metres and that the walls were 7 metres high, and we also knew that traditionally to build these boats the rope is about a finger thick, half a finger thick. So we have, in other words, all the dimensions available for a mathematical genius to work out if we were going to build this boat of this size using this material, how much we would really need. Are you with me? Superb. I'll just refresh your memory. The divine instructions specify 14,430 sutu. And this mathematician... Thanks. Extra wine afterwards. So, this mathematician, and he did it several times, I used to do it several times and get it wrong each time, but this guy got it right each time. It was rather interesting. When he calculated what we would actually need using a whole bunch of mathematical theorems, which are incredibly bewildering to me, it came out at 14,624 Sutu. In other words, 527 kilometres. So if this were England, I would say this road goes exactly from London to Edinburgh, and the difference between the specified measure from heaven and the calculated measure worked out by a mathematician is less than the distance from London to Watford. Or to put it in American terms, Chicago to Minnesota, and Chicago to Minnesota minus about 32 Sutu. You can work that out for yourselves. But the point about it is that the difference is A, minimal given the length, and secondly, cannot be coincidence. So one is forced to accept that embedded in this poetic narrative, the data which was given, as it were, from heaven, as it were, to man to use, was realistic and predicated on real boat building. This is a very remarkable thing, and it's also remarkable to note that people who made these boats by the side of the river did the same thing from 1800 BC till the middle of the 20th century AD, meaning that the coracle is a perfect construction. It never needed improvement. It never needed adjustment. Once it had come into being, it just went on in the world. Also interesting. So something funny happened to me. I'm sitting on top of this stuff. It's full of amazing excitement. It turns out there's no narrative. It's just speeches, one person to another, unlike any other Mesopotamian text. It turns out that the animals went in 2 by 2, which we knew from the Bible, not from cuneiform, and a million other really marvellous things. So I'm having a lot of excitement about this, and a lady comes in who works for the Guardian newspaper about 3 weeks before Christmas and says to me, anything new in the tabs business, which is the way journalists talk in Britain? Nothing special, except that I've got the blueprint for how the Babylonians built their ark in the old Babylonian period. Oh, really? And so she asked me all sorts of questions, and just before Christmas, this came out in the newspaper. Well, this had other consequences than mere laughter, I can tell you. I had a large number of phone calls, mostly from this country, from television producers who said, "We got to make a movie!" like that. And sometimes they called it a documentary. If they knew the full word, I'm not sure. Anyway, this trustee's manual I explained to you about before has taught all curators to have nothing to do with documentary makers, because documentary makers all tell lies. And it's always been our policy to sup with a very long spoon when it comes to anything to do with being in a documentary film, especially if it's something to do with the Bible. Because what happens is they make a recording and they go away, and in the editing process they miss out certain words, like not. And so you find yourself on stage talking stuff which is diametrically opposed to what you either said or what you believe. So we're all a bit sceptical about these things, but turned out in the end that a rather interesting person approached me and said, "We've got to do a documentary about this." He was an Englishman, which helped. And I said, "I'm prepared to do this. It would be an adventure," because what he wanted to do was to build this boat on the basis of the data, because the data made everybody think, well, you could build this boat. So he thought, why don't they do it? They're rather clever in that kind of way. So all they had to do was raise $100 million and we would do it. So I said, I'm happy to do this, only I'd like this to be one of those documentaries, unusual documentary, where we tell the truth about everything. See? Tell the truth. Kind of long silence. Hello? What? I don't think any of my colleagues has ever had that idea before. What an interesting conception to work with. And I wanted to be all over this film and to run it. I wanted to do the score, the lyrics, not to mention the film angles, everything about it. I had this documentary in my hand. It would have been a masterpiece. But actually, when it started, they kept me down in the most depressing way. So they got the money together, And they decided we couldn't build it in Iraq for obvious reasons, and after a lot of time and investigation, they settled on building it in India, in southwest India, in the state of Kerala. And they found a lake and a shipyard they could hire, and the palm trees that provided the rope were there, and all other sorts of materials were there, and it was Iraqish in appearance, so to speak. You know, it had that kind of look about it. So they got together a very serious team of 3 ancient boat builders and a team of workmen, and for 4 or 5 months in India they built this boat. So what actually happened was this, that when I realised that my translation, which was all done in the humility of being a normal Assyriologist, and nobody's head is on the block or anything like this, I suddenly wake up one day to discover there's going to be this multi-million-dollar operation the other side of the world with people following my every word as if it's gospel. So, of course, I worked on everything 100 times, woke up in the middle of the night thinking that actually I got it wrong, it's actually designed for a double-decker bus or something terrible like that. And it was a very nerve-wracking thing, especially when I sent the translation with the dimensions to India, and the guy in charge of it had to be hospitalised when he read how big the thing was. And we had a long interlude before it was agreed the following thing, that if they couldn't build it full size, they would build it as big as they possibly could in accordance with the dimensions given by the original measurements. And, as you will see, the second part of this lecture, sometime after 10 o'clock, that the impossibility of building it full size was, in fact, perfectly reasonable. So that was the compromise that was reached. And I also said, actually, they sent an email. It was rather smart. This email came saying, would you mind terribly if... You know, we've done this on the computer, and the wood, it wouldn't sustain itself. We can't. Would you mind if we... So instead of being like a normal person, which is to write back and say, chaps, you know, it's marvellous that you're doing this, and whatever you have to do is fine, you know, it's absolutely, you know, how could I ever... I let the thing go for 4 or 5 days, and then I sort of said, no, OK, if you must. Like that, you know, to kind of, OK, just this once. We're building a boat, just this once, you want to make it small? OK, fine. And I discovered afterwards that was a brilliant piece of strategy. Remember this if you're ever in the process of making a documentary film with other people. That's the way to do it. Go out of your way to be a bust. So I've got marvellous images which were taken when this boat was being built. Really fantastic photographs. And I brought you only a few to give you an idea. But here you can see the chaps who are starting to coil the material which is already in this very thick snake-like rope at the very beginning of the process of making the bottom, which they will then go round and round and round until they've got the whole boat. And this is a view from the very bottom underneath when they first started it. And the thing is, they calculated very rapidly that the thing, when it was finished, would be exceptionally heavy, and they could, once it was completed and the bottom was finished, they could never drag it along the ground as you would with a lifeboat, because the structure wouldn't withstand it. So the whole thing had to be built on a cradle above the ground, so that the whole thing can be bodily brought into the water when it came to the time for the launch. So this gives you an idea from the bottom how it looks. The tight structure, laced together and tied, and everything was done with ropes and things without any glue or nails or anything. Everything was tightened and tightened. It was the most extraordinary construction. And this was a very important member of the team. Actually, I wanted to bring this elephant back to London because something happened to me once when I was a young curator. I came out of the doors of my department into the gallery, and there were 2 middle-aged American tourists, and one of them said, "Oh, do you work here?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "My wife and I were asking ourselves, how can it be that the doors here are so tall? Because the doors to my department are about the whole size of this wooden panelling, double doors, and all the museum doors are built on this scale." And some devil came into my mind. I don't know what made me say this, but I just said, well, this goes back to the time of the British Raj. because in those days the keepers of the departments used to come to work on elephants. And the guy said, oh, that's really interesting. And I had to run after them up the gallery and say, no, it's not true at all. So I thought... So these are the chaps at work. They had these primitive tools, so to speak, and they sang when they were working, and it was marvellous. And eventually, as the boat took shape, this was a view of the inside. And it was very beautiful inside. It was extraordinary. It was sort of handcrafted. It smelled of wood. And you can see, perhaps, that these are the great ribs which come down and meet in the middle to make the floor, and they go all the way up here to the top. And these are the walls made of the rope, which is lashed to the ribs on the inside. And then on these struts coming down of the ribs into the middle, they laid these big circular woods with these stanchions which supported the upper deck, because in the tablet it's described that how many there are of them and how long they are. These stanchions were posed so that the upper deck could be installed, because the human beings were going to be upstairs and all the animals downstairs. And they explained in the text that the house is to be built on the upper deck for Atramahasis and his immediate family, and it was made by the verb of tying. So it wasn't made of wood, it was made out of reeds, as I will show you in a moment. So this is what the inside of it looked like. And people who find out about this have two very interesting questions. The most burning question that I've ever been asked, because I had to talk about this periodically at literary festivals and other rooms full of unknown individuals, and usually somebody asks me afterwards, what do they do with the dung? And it doesn't say in the tablet what they did with the dung. So if anybody's anxious about it, I'm really sorry, but I don't know either. But the interesting thing is that this is built literally like a wedding cake from a recipe, and this structure is how the Babylonian tablet conveyed the idea of it. And theoretically, the stanchions could have had partitions between them in which species could have been kept separate, if, for example, you're going to do that. If you write a book about Noah's Ark, this is another health warning I should impart to you, you do get into hot water, because lots of people believe in it, of course, and lots of people have very serious questions, like, wouldn't it sink with all the animals? And it's an interesting thing, this. Lots of discussions of this on the internet, which are absolutely insane in every other particular, discuss how difficult it will be to have a boat with all these heavy animals in. But the point is that when the Babylonians said all the animals, they meant all the animals that they knew. They didn't mean all the animals they'd seen on television. They meant the animals that they knew. And it's the same in the Bible. They meant the animals that were familiar to them. They were wild animals and domestic animals. And in fact, the list isn't so great. I worked it out what the list was. It isn't so huge, and it's not so mad as if you have all the heavy things and all the gnats sort of sitting together and the one squashing the other and so forth. Anyway. Now, when they built this boat in Babylonia, if they did really build it, they had the world's best quality bitumen in abundance, because it bubbles out of the ground like a spring and has been used for waterproofing since the beginning of time. And when Iraqi bitumen is applied to a boat or a wall or some other material, when it goes hard, it is impermeable, and if you renew it now and again, it will last forever. And we were expecting to get a tanker full of Iraqi bitumen brought to India to do this job. And the careful exercise of discipline about cultural property in Iraq included carcinogenic petroleum kind of productions, and they would not allow a single drop of Iraqi bitumen to leave the country. So at the last minute, we had to get Indian bitumen. This is not something I would recommend. I hate to say this, but it's on the black market, which means there's no quality control. And the thing about Indian bitumen is this, that whatever you do with it, it comes off. So these poor blokes in an unbelievably unpleasant environment, extremely hot, were constantly applying this stuff and patching it and applying it to try and coat it entirely in bitumen. And it was a much more exhausting and unpleasant task than it would ever have been in antiquity. So this here is a photograph which shows my dear colleagues, and I have to get this right. The guy in the hat is a man called Tom Vosmer, and he is the kind of grand old man of archaeological boat reconstruction. And then, if I get this correct, Eric is the one in the dark blue shirt who is his best student, and Alessandro is his other best student. And Alessandro lived on this site for about 4 months with the workmen and ran everything. And this is me, obviously, with them when it was ready to launch. So I told you I wanted to run this film from beginning to end, and they wouldn't let me anywhere near it. And they actually only allowed me to go out for the last 2 days before the launch. So the house which they built, in accordance with what I mentioned before about it being tied, is an imitation of such houses which used to exist in the marshes of Iraq a long time ago. And they copied one of those houses to be in the spirit of the thing to represent that part. So they left half the floor open, as you can see, so that it could be filmed and everything. And you can see also perhaps the ribs that come up at the top. That's where they all finish, and there's a kind of binding round the top. And it was marvellous. So one of the things that I said, so once in a while, you see, they took me for lunch. So I thought, oh, this is my chance to influence this documentary for good. I got these terrific ideas. So one idea was this, that you cannot really have a documentary about the art without animals in it. And we had to have animals in it, I said. Animals. You know, street value, credibility, animals and things. And I had this idea for myself. You know the Hitchcock thing. There's a kind of vignette for a moment when the distinguished profile is visible on the screen for those who knew. So my idea was to dress up in a sheet and wear sandals and let my hair down and thwack one of these rhinos on the buttock so they would go up the gangplank. I thought that would be enough for me, that would be a heroic moment. And they said no. So then I said, well, look, I have a better idea. In India, there are many cults in the villages where things are made of papier-mâché and painted with great realism, especially tigers and elephants and snakes. They know what they look like, and we could get them to make 2 of each, and they could go on the boat. And if the boat sinks, well, that's what things usually do in the ritual, so no one would mind about it. And if it didn't sink, it would be a miracle. So what's wrong with that? No, they said. So I gave up. Now, when I went to India, as I say, it was for the last couple of days, and I have to tell you, 2 things happened which it's difficult for me to explain clearly in English because it was so overpowering. One of them was this, that when the boat was ready to... Well, let me show you a picture of it. Hold on. When I got there, the boat was ready to launch. And the plan was, in this film, they would do the following thing. It was all leafy and grown over so that no one could see the site. It was supposed to be so no one could spy on what was going on. So it was lots of vegetation. And this was the plan that the director said to me, was that I had to walk through this jungle into the clearing where the boat was in a casual, interesting, fascinating way. And then when I saw the boat, I had to register amazement and delight. So for an actor, this sort of thing is a doddle, of course, but, you've got to walk right on television. You can't just walk, left leg, right leg stuff. No, there's a whole way. So it has to be a kind of nonchalant, studied, intellectually stimulating sort of walk. So I get there telling myself, I've got to be excited and delighted. What was it? Or delighted and excited. What was it? What was it? And I'm thinking, and I can only do it once. And as I was walking along, this great metal construction with a camera lens was going backwards through the mud, focusing on me from about 2 inches away, so that my feelings would be recorded for posterity because they could only do it once. So this is very difficult, sort of like this, through the clearing, turn the corner, and I see this boat. This is not a very dramatic photograph of it, but when I saw this boat, it was unbelievably exciting and marvellous, because this thing was a beautiful boat, a ship, a definite she. It was black and sombre, and it looked like an antiquity. It didn't look like it had just been built. And it was all there from this stupid bit of clay in the British Museum, the other side of the world, come into existence. So it was impossible to simulate reaction. It was all I could do not to burst into tears. It was unbelievably marvellous for me. And that's one thing happened. And then the other thing was this, about these animals. When the boat was ready to go, this is how it was. They got this lake, a special lake in India where there was, of course, no tide and no depth and no danger, where they were going to launch the boat. And there was a lot of talk about whether it would float or not. Now, as the water was not very deep, and as all the materials from which the boat was made would themselves float anyway, I thought that the chances of it sinking were slim. But it was poised on the edge of this lake, and in front of it there was a sea of mud like a rugby pitch. And they got this photographer with a cine camera on a tripod. And just before the ritual of launching the boat, the leaves parted again, and these old men came out, two of them, with goats on strings. You know that way the dog walkers work, certainly in Manhattan you see them with 7 dogs on one and 7. I don't know what they do when they defecate, I have no idea. But anyway, like the dog walkers, they came out with these goats and they planted a stake for one of them and a stake for the other. And I suddenly realised what this meant, that the director had thought of a cheap way of doing the animals. Right? So what he was going to do was he was going to have 2 goats, one male and one female, in the lens, so that when it was broadcast and people were on their sofas watching, they would imagine all the animal kingdom behind them. Okay? It's the really cheap version. So what happened was this. These 2 parties of goats, up to their ankles in mud, decided that headbutting was a lot more interesting than being a movie star, and after a while they decided that sexual intercourse was even more interesting, and they had to pay these blokes a lot of money to disentangle this heaving mass of beasts and get rid of them so that we could launch the boat. So I thought that was a good bit of sweet revenge. That's the goat, or one of them. So this is what the coracle looked like when it was nearly ready to go, and you can see that they built it on a kind of stand, and the stand itself, they had to get that into the water, and they had a very brilliant way of doing it. They got hold of some local Indian giant coracle launchers who did this sort of stuff on a regular basis, and they had these sausages of rubber which could be laid under the structure in parallel, like sausages on a grid, and then inflated so that they became fully round. And then, like wheels, they would act as rollers, and the thing could gradually go into the water. So this is what it looked like close up. The really intrepid and heavily insured crew members were on board, and the rest of us had to stand back. And these are 2 of these people who have never heard of the expression health and safety. It's marvellous to meet people who've never heard of the word health and safety. So gradually moving the thing into the water, and eventually it went into the water, and that's what it looked like. So exactly, what a nice noise. So look, the thing is this. A real coracle would be about that big. I mean, a normal functional coracle in Iraqi waters, so that gives you an idea. It's slightly bigger than normal. And the interesting thing was that one of the cooks had given us all sandwiches in case we were never seen again, and we put the sandwiches in this little house while we all got on with walking round and leaning over the siding and making noises. And when we went to have a sandwich, there were millions of ants on them. So this is the truth about the flood and the ark that the one species you don't have to worry about is ants. So, because of the bitumen, there was a bit of a problem with a bit of a leak. And in fact, some journalists made sardonic remarks about leaks and unfair statements about leaks, in point of fact. My argument is, if you've ever been in a rowing boat, there's always water in the bottom, so wouldn't you expect it with the world's largest coracle? I thought that was perfectly reasonable, but actually the water started coming in rather fast, and they had to get a couple of fellows with pumps to pump. But it's because of the bitumen. If it had had Iraqi bitumen, we could have gone all round the world. That's a very odd thing to be in a round coracle of that size. You probably never will, but it's very remarkable because there is no wake. So when the boat goes through the water, the prow of the boat always leaves that shimmery kind of triangle thing, which you know must be there with a boat. So when you're in a boat when there isn't one, it's very odd. It's like someone who ought to have a shadow who doesn't have a shadow. It's most peculiar. Anyway, they did lots of filming of it for the documentary, and then in the end it was necessary to tow this boat out of the lake down one of the canal networks that comes into it and park it somewhere, or as we say in coracle circles, berth it. And here you can see the triumphant crew all wearing orange inflatable body-sealing anti-drowning devices. So we all walked about like this, and it was hot enough, hardly hot enough to exist in any way, and these things insulated you from head to groin. It was really a kind of torture. So this is the interesting thing that happened. After all this is done, actually, there's something I wanted to tell you, I forgot. Hold on a moment. Yeah, something important. You see, there are clouds in the sky. Now, the fact that they built this thing in secret was not accident. They had sworn all the workmen to secrecy because they didn't want tourists coming and getting hurt. And half the tourists were Hindu and half were Muslim. And they worked together for many years on many projects, and they faithfully did not tell anybody about it. So on the day of the launch, the sky had these immensely threatening storm clouds, and everybody thought this was my doing. And this became clear because when the work was finished, the workmen all wanted to be photographed next to me. So I don't know, there were 40 or 50 of them, and they were all different sizes and dimensions. So it was a sort of up here, and then it was down here, and all the variations of it, all next to these chaps one by one. And when we were going home on the plane, I said to one of the film crew, you know, I was very touched by that display at the end of the whole operation. They'd been working for so many months, and they were so friendly to me and so warm. And I said, you know, I'm used to being a tremendous social success wherever I go, but I did think that was a bit surprising. And this guy said, well, there's nothing about that at all surprising. He said, they all thought you were a descendant of Noah. So the thing is this, we're going home at dusk, and you can see up the sides of this canal these boats for tourists where people go for the day or for a few days excursion, and they sit on deck drinking gin from dawn to dusk. So by dusk they're usually fairly lubricated. And as we went past all these boats, person after person called out, "Look, there's Noah's Ark." And I thought, could anything be more annoying that we spend $500,000 to build something which is totally unlike Noah's Ark in any way whatsoever, by a load of drunks, is immediately recognisable? I mean, how infuriating is that? So look, if you fly over it now, you would never connect that with Noah's Ark, would you? You wouldn't think for a moment of Noah's Ark, but they all had this low view of it, and they immediately recognised it. So that's a kind of weird thing. But then it made me think, because these boats that we have in nurseries, that shape, where does it come from? Because all the paintings that we have, like of the Tower of Babel and so forth, all come from the text of Genesis. The material that the artists, all the famous artists who did the Tower of Babel, faithfully tried to follow what's in the Bible. So why did nobody ever paint Noah's Ark like it's described in the Bible? Why is it always this kind of boat? And it occurred to me, the vague possibility, that in point of fact, that the boats that you see this shape are in fact the profile of a round boat, and maybe some echo of this tradition survived beyond this tablet, because otherwise it's unintelligible. Anyway, in the end, we had to moor it by this small canal out of the way of the world, and in good Nelson tradition, I was the last man off. It was a hell of a wrench to leave that boat there, and the plan was to try and find someone to take it over, but that's an altogether another story. So the film was made, the film was shown, and etc., etc. And in the first flush of excitement, I was taken aback to find this newspaper. Actually, these newspapers have even more startling things than that. But that's pretty good, I think. Anyway, of course, I knew they were wrong. And the reason I knew they were wrong was because we have the proof in the British Museum. You see, we have this old map of the world, which was drawn in about 600 BC, probably in Babylon. And this map of the world has been in the museum since about 1878. It's a very well-known thing. It's published all over the place. But for those people who are interested in this Ark story, it's a corker of a thing. So you will see, with the aid of this modern, sophisticated computer diagram, which is pretty good going for the British Museum, that you have a circle with a ring of water around it. And the water is described as bitter water. It's a river. And inside this disk represents the Mesopotamian heartland. And it is interesting that conceptually they thought it was round, acting on the assumption that if they didn't think it was round, they wouldn't have drawn it as round. So here we have the Euphrates River, and this is the Persian Gulf, and this is Babylon straddling the Euphrates, and there are these various circles with the inscriptions in, which are mostly towns in Iraq or sometimes tribal names. And so this is a kind of rough map of Mesopotamia. There are lots of people who've written about it saying it's not accurate, and it's inaccurate. And we tried to use it on our motoring holiday and we got lost, as if the thing was meant to be accurate in the first place. In fact, it wasn't, because the interesting thing for these people is these triangles which are drawn off the perimeter, the outer perimeter of the river. And these are considered to be islands or mountains which are on the rim of the world. And there are, in fact, 8 of them, and this text on the other side, when it was complete, there is a rule in Assyriology that the more interesting a document, the more damaged it is. This is a prime specimen, but there are 8 sections here in which what is to be found on those remote islands is described. And they are like something out of Greek narrative. There's a tree that has jewels on it. There are birds that don't fly. There are extraordinary travellers' tales type inventions. And on this one here, it says if you go across the river and you climb the mountain, you go the distance across the river, you go up the mountain, you will see something whose wooden blocks are as thick as a parsiktu. Now, the thing is this, in this Atrahasis tablet, when Enki is telling Atrahasis to build the ark, each time he has done one of the tasks, he says to Enki, I have done what you asked me. And when he cut the ribs, he said, I have cut the ribs as thick as a parsiktu. Now, a parsiktu is a volume measurement and not a length measurement. So this means, as far as I can see, that to say something is thick as a parsiktu is a kind of expression in Babylonian, like you might say as thick as two short planks or as thick as a barrel, because two short planks can be of any thickness. It doesn't really matter. It's a kind of image. And the thing is that this expression, thick as a parsiktu, occurs only on this map and on the Ark tablet. So it is my contention that what this refers to is the ribs of the boat outlined against the sky, and if you climb this remote mountain, you will see the remains of Atrahasis' Ark landing on the mountain. Well, this in itself is not surprising, because Noah's Ark lands on a mountain, and so in George Smith's tablet, 1,000 years after my one, so to speak, also landed on a mountain. So that's what tended to happen to arks in general. Here, however, we have a map which tells us which one it was. Now, the really cute thing is that we can identify now that it's this one here. Now, this is where it gets really whistly, because you will see here that the part of the known world which is in the same direction as this mountain is labelled as Urartu. It's Armenia, it's the name of Armenia, where there were people who were very troublesome to the Assyrians, the Armenians, and they called their area Urartu or Urashtu. And so this map tells you that if you cross this river, you see this mountain, here you see the ribs of the boat. When you come back, the first place you land in is Urartu. Well, in my opinion, this is the explanation for the narrative in the Bible where Noah's Ark is supposed to land on Mount Ararat. Not on Mount Ararat. In fact, it is landing among the mountains of Ararat. It is not, the Hebrew is unambiguous. That Noah's Ark landed among the mountains of Ararat. So, in other words, a district. And I believe that, as I tried to explain in detail in this book, that the traditional idea that the story in Genesis derives from a Babylonian forerunner also adopted with it the tradition about where this thing landed. But for the Judeans, they no more knew where Urartu was than anywhere else. And they certainly didn't twig the idea that the Babylonian conception was that you go beyond the river, beyond the edge of the world to a district where no man ever goes and comes home again. But this word, in the same geographical location as this mountain, is surely the origin of the expression in the Hebrew Bible. So I thought that was kind of neat. And then life intervened to teach me a lesson. The Easter before last, I and my family went off on the Sunday for a day trip, and we passed this sign which said very old church. So we all like going to old churches, so we went and drove up and went in, and there was a lynch gate and then the very ancient church behind it. And as it was Easter Sunday, it wasn't clear whether there was a service going on. So I stood at the door, the big door you can see here, to try and listen through the gap so we wouldn't burst in and disturb everybody. And as I was crouching there listening, there was a kind of plop on the back of my head. And I looked up, and there on the roof, up there, where is he? Oh, up there, sorry. There was a bird. Now, the thing is this. There was no bird shit on the ground at all. This was not a bird toilet. And the bird there was a pure white dove. So I had, oh, there it is, it is up there. There, it's a pure white dove. And the floor beneath was spotless. I mean, any detective would immediately examine the terrain to see whether there was prior use. There was none. So I can only conclude that that bird came to get me. And all I can say is I have a pretty good idea who might have sent it. Thank you.
Who sent the bird? Who sent the bird?
It was Big Bad Mama.
Oh, Big Bad Mama.
That mama.
That was a very interesting story for sure. Why are there two gangster ghosts?
I don't know.
Oh, I know. That's why.
Oh,
Do you,
Did
do
you
you guys
steal his
hear?
avatar?
Well, no, but I can do this.
Come on now.
Hee hee.
That's that's not nice.
Just
How,
because we're atheists.
do you hear? Do you hear yourselves in the background? Because I have you on my regular
No, you
speaker.
sound it sounds fine.
Oh, Big Bad Mama. What do you think of that discussion you had with Mark Reed?
What about it?
That discussion you had with him. Was it a good discussion? A great
Yeah.
discussion?
Yeah, it's a good discussion.
Oh yeah. Earlier we showed that video of what's his name? See the Science. He said that that Littlefoot is really a gorilla.
Right.
But
And he's an expert.
But Littlefoot's related to Bigfoot.
I'm still confused. Is he talking about the Littlefoot from Land Before Time? I think it was a Disney movie.
The dinosaur?
Nobody
Probably.
answered me.
Probably.
He must have been. Okay. Well, I'll just settle with that.
I mean, I would love to be able to have more to say on it, but the fact is that I'm not a paleoanthropologist. I'm not a paleontologist. I'm not a biologist. Meaning
you're an Egyptologist.
Yes, and archaeologist, but archaeology kind of stops where the material of human production stops. So
I wanted to prepare for discussing the thing, but
yeah,
Logan didn't really give me a chance.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Exactly. I would if I
Maybe
had
we can
time
do it
to,
again. Maybe we can prepare a little bit and do it again.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
You see,
this is interesting though. This video you just showed, Deviant. I took a couple things from this video. So it's pretty much established that the Genesis account was written during the exile or Babylonian exile or after the Babylonian exile. Now somebody might argue with me on that, but it seems that these cuneiforms that he had access to were like 1500 years before the 5th or 6th century BC, when Genesis was pretty much, people agree that that's when it was written. And so it seems like the Jews cannibalized a lot of these accounts and added their own details. But in terms of the animals coming in 2 by 2 and some other elements, I think it's pretty evident that these were used as the source material for the Genesis account.
what about Sacred Genesis?
Well, what about the possibility that there was a flood and these are all referencing that or a flood in their own known land? I mean, I would argue that the flood in Genesis was also referring to, the known world, not the entire Earth, as some would argue, because the Earth itself wasn't even named Earth until the medieval times.
So you're maintaining that the animals on board were the known animals in that area.
Yeah.
Okay, so how would that then account for our current biodiversity?
I mean, how many animals can exist in the most fertile place on planet Earth? I mean, are we not talking about like the Fertile Crescent, where the Mesopotamia is, where between the Tigris and Euphrates?
Yeah, but you're saying like animals, like say sloths or kangaroos, weren't represented on the ark because they were not the known animals of that area.
Big Bad Mama.
I mean, I don't know what animals they knew about. I know they had. I know the Silk Road was around, so they obviously would have had some kind of exchange with, foreign items. They might not have necessarily been aware of their cultures and societies intimately, but
The
they
Silk
certainly
Road,
traded.
though, the Silk Road is much later. But I'm just saying that to say that there were exchange not as far as China in the
Right.
time that these events took place. I mean,
Yeah, certainly Australia was not part of the Silk Road,
no,
nor was
Surely not.
North
Surely
and
not.
South America.
Oh, Big Bad Mama, I need to tell you something.
But they also probably weren't part of the flood that's mentioned in, scriptures and these flood myths, legends, whatever you want to call them.
Big Bad Mama.
Yeah.
Michael Jones, he says it was a local flood. That could be what Mark.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think it's mythology, and it has to do with a replenishment of a people. And I think it misses the point when it's interpreted as a local flood or a global flood or what have you. And if it was a local flood, I mean, how does that? So it doesn't affect evolution at all then if it's just a local flood.
Yeah.
Is that right, Mark?
What do you think, Mark? Are you there, Mark? We can't hear you. Where Mark?
Come back. Don't leave.
Did I just blow his mind?
No, my headset disconnected because this $70 piece of garbage is a $70 piece of garbage. But I don't see any conflict with the flood stories in Genesis or the 300 some odd other flood myths from ancient cultures that we can cite. But I don't see how that would conflict with the biodiversity that we have like in Australia, because I don't believe that the flood was referring to a flood that covered the entirety of Earth. I don't think that the ancients even had a concept of the entirety of Earth,
But
let
I thought
alone like places like the Galapagos Islands. I mean,
But
there's
I
some
thought
pretty
your
big place to
viewpoint
these
was
people.
that there was a post-flood punctuated equilibrium that was responsible for our biodiversity.
Well, no, not necessarily. I think that is a good explanation for why we have so much biodiversity in a relatively young Earth, not necessarily post-flood, but in any ecological region of the world could have experienced its own punctuated equilibrium. And I think that would be a pretty satisfactory answer for why we have as much biodiversity that we do in a relatively young Earth.
So how would you explain the breakup of Pangea then, if it was just a local flood?
I wouldn't. I don't necessarily accept Pangea as a viable theory.
Pangea? Does it have a
So
box?
why do the continents? Why are the continents? Not only do they fit together, but they fit together with the ridge that's going down the middle of the Atlantic Ocean where new crust is being created.
I mean, I'm not a geologist, you
You
are,
you
but I
mean
think that would even
the center?
go beyond a geology field to explain that. Would it not? Like plate tectonics and all of
Well, I
that.
mean, we geologists know, that Pangea existed, and we know how it broke up. And we know it was along the mid-Atlantic ridge that it broke up because that's where the new crust lithosphere is being created. And we know the rates of spreading of those continents away from one another. We know the plate movements. And it's only the creationists use a catastrophic plate tectonics during the flood to explain it, because otherwise they would have to accept the deep time that it took to break up Pangea.
Well, I mean, I don't know what could have broken it up. I don't understand the geological forces that could have caused such a massive breaking up of a landmass. I mean, I've never seen it in my life. I mean, I've seen things like glaciers break off and become
Yeah, but you're seeing it now. It's happening now.
Where?
It's in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Call up Google Earth. Look on Google Earth, and you see the Mid-Atlantic Ridge down, shaped exactly like Europe, Africa, North America, and South America.
Right, but then you have the Ring of Fire pushing the exact opposite direction. On the Pacific side.
Well, the Ring of Fire is you have
down, but the flames keep rising.
I'm sorry.
That's not what I was referring to. But okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not going to argue what appears to be, happening with plate tectonics, because I admittedly do not know that much about all of it. But my argument for why things appear they do, why they appear with a tremendous amount of age, is because that was the design, that was the intention. You read in 2 Peter chapter 3, the heavens and earth were created of old, and take that in conjunction with, Adam was formed in one day, a fully mature man, walking and talking and having communion with God. This is the theological explanation. We're definitely trending towards philosophical arguments, but I don't have the scientific answers for why, other than I would just say it's supposed to look that way. It's supposed to look like deep time, because that's what the scripture says. It was created of old, with maturity baked in, so to speak.
Well, it just doesn't fit the evidence is all. I mean, we see the movement in the magnetic stripes that are on either side of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, where the magnetic field is flipped, and we've measured these with magnetometers.
Sure, and we have,
and they match
evidence
on either side, and it matches the amount of movement that we see. The whatever 1 centimeter a year that we see the plates, the North American plate moving away from the Eurasian plate, or in the South America and Africa. But
again, I would reiterate that it's supposed to look like it's been in motion, set this way.
It's too convenient.
It is convenient. It's very convenient, admittedly. But again, we're dealing with philosophical explanations of origins and everything.
But it's not sound philosophy. You could just say leprechauns made it on last Thursday. It's last Thursday, isn't it?
No.
You could just say that it was created that way last Thursday, and there's no way that we could know that it wasn't otherwise.
Well, then where did it all come from initially? I mean, because if you say the universe is eternal, then you have a reductio ad absurdum issue as well.
I'm not going back. The history of the Earth is what I'm concentrating on.
Sure.
I'm not going back to the Big Bang.
Right.
I'm just demonstrating that deep time cannot be argued against, and to say that it just looks that way because God made it look that way to deceive us. I mean, why did he do it?
That's not what I said. I didn't say it was there to deceive us. It's clearly explained that the heavens were created of old, which would imply that they were created as a fully mature, developed, and essentially set in motion, and the appearance of age is baked in. and those processes that we observe today are accounted for when thinking of an instantaneous special creation. We're not going to see an undeveloped, immature formation all the way back to what would be essentially deep time, and why cosmologists would argue for the Big Bang. We can't really see that far back in time. I mean, we can see the evidence for the deep time, but my argument would be that the evidence is apparent because it was fully mature when it was created, not some immature developing, but a fully developed with processes already in motion. And what we see is the continuation of that which was set in motion at a specific point in time.
Well, I mean, the argument against that are supernova, for example, which indicates that they came from stars that never existed because God created the supernova like it was. And that doesn't make any sense.
Well, supernovas are an interesting concept in cosmology and in with the idea that everything is created as specific, because these things that we know can't be created, these atomic this fusion process that we can replicate on Earth can't be actually extrapolated to things beyond iron, but we do see things like proton capture in supernovas, which would account for the things that we have. But when have we actually been able to physically observe these things happening beyond, the labs that we have and the theories that we have? I mean, it's a good theory. It's a sound theory. A supernova absolutely would provide the preconditions for the creation of atomic particles beyond iron on the periodic table. But we don't have a way to directly observe that. It's hypothetical. It's theoretical in the sense, not hypothetical, theoretical in the sense that it matches the science and the math, but we can't directly observe it. So I think that opens the door for an abundance of alternative theories about origins and deep time and the beginnings of things as we know it. Because we know there was a time before, we understand time as we have it. There had to have been, because, whether it be 6,000 years ago or 6 billion years ago, whatever they say the Earth is, I mean, that's a long period of time that we can't even account for within history that we do have.
Well, that's not what they say. I mean, that's what the evidence shows that the Earth's age is. So there's
right. I'm not arguing
we have age dates of moon rocks. We have age dates of meteorites, and we would expect Earth rocks, because of the recycling of rocks during plate tectonics, to be dated a little bit younger, and that's what we find. The oldest rocks are dated like 4 billion years as opposed to 4.5 billion years. So God created all the things to look the same age and corroborated all the data together to look the same age, 4.5 billion years, and yet created the universe 6,000 years. I just don't understand how I can understand old Earth creationism. I think young Earth creationism is just a denial of evidence.
Well, I don't really hold to young or old Earth. I kind of hold to the young creation with the appearance of age. So I don't really fit into a specific, culturally accepted position on that topic, because I believe that my position accounts for a young creation with the appearance of age.
Same as Kent Hovind.
I'm open to. Well, no, Kent Hovind does not.
He does.
Hold that 2 Peter 3 is the explanation for the appearance of age. He
says they were created with the appearance of age, just like Adam was. He said that's the universe appears, and that's how he explains the redshift, and he says it's an appearance of age.
Well, doesn't he explain the redshift with the stretching out of the heavens? Yeah, it's been since like 2017 since I've sat down and watched his seminars, but I was with
Yeah.
him for a couple of years. So,
I think he said that before.
but as far as what I cited to be biblical evidence for the appearance of age, using 2 Peter chapter 3, he uses that chapter, specifically the verses that I'm referencing, as evidence that God is willing that not any man ever created should perish. He uses that as his free will, sovereign man doctrine or theological position that he pushes. I see that verse entirely in a different light than Kent does.
What about
Now, as far as does he argue whether or not the universe was created with the appearance of age based on that, I can't speak to that because I don't believe, or at least I can't remember him ever specifically citing that passage that I did as evidence for his argument.
I don't know if he cited the passage, but he's definitely related the appearance of age in the universe to atoms being made mature. Deviant, help me out here.
Yeah,
Come on,
wake up, Deviant, wake up. Big Bad Mama needs his private army here.
Well, she's obviously got an opinion on all this, but she's not saying anything about it.
I do want to hear what she has to say, so I'm going to mute my mic and listen.
Yeah, I'm actually reading the 2 Peter chapter 3. I'm at 14, meaning there are 3 verses left, and I see nothing about the earth being created with age. Am I at the wrong place? So the chapter 3 is
I'm looking at we're starting, let's say, verse 5. I think you're pretty far ahead. For this, they are willingly ignorant of that.
They don't see, or they refuse to see. They deny that for a long time there were heavens and earth that had that arose from water, through water, by the power of God's word, which, by the way, is kind of very interesting when you think about one of the creation myths from Egypt, but I will take that another day. Yes, I will. I won't now. The world that were then was drowned in water and perished. But the heavens and the earth that's now is in power of the same word, saved for fire. They are preserved until judgment day when the godless shall perish. That's 5, 6, and 7.
Yeah.
It's my
So
my lousy translation while I'm reading the Swedish. So
that's what I figured you were doing, and you didn't do a bad job. It was pretty close to the English translation, which I'll read verses 5, 6, and 7 as well. For this they are willingly ignorant of that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. But the heavens and the earth, which are now, by the same word, are kept in store, reserved unto fire against the day of judgment and perdition of ungodly men. And then going on to verse 8, it talks more about, it says, "But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day."
Yeah.
So I use this passage as justification for my perspective that we do have a young creation in the concept of the time that we understand, linear time, but it was created with the appearance of deep age, heavens and the earth. This passage links the heaven and the earth as being old.
In the Swedish translation, it says a long time ago there were, and then that the earth that were annihilated by this flood. But
Right, but we also have to consider that the earth as we know it today is not the same earth, which in the English translation is world. It's not the same concept of the earth as we have today as it was back then, because they didn't know about the New World, the Americas. They didn't know about Australia. They didn't know about like the Galapagos Islands. They're referring to the known world of the time, which would be a relatively small percentage of the earth as we know it today.
So I
Big bad mama marry big bad daddy and have big bad Aiden. Oh my goodness. Wait, here we go. Claude balls marry missing mod. They are missing balls. Oh my. Good one, Logan. Good one.
Okay, Deviant, I didn't really hear your opinion, though. I just heard you read a Bible verse.
yes.
So I want to hear your scientific opinion on a young Earth.
I want to hear you relate it to the Egyptology thing you were talking about. That wasn't
Well,
renewed.
let's stick to the topic real quick, if we can.
Yeah. So, sorry, I forgot. I was almost sitting on my headphones, which are my microphone. So, about a young Earth, I would say what I would argue most people would say, which is that the evidence for a young there are no evidence for a young Earth. It's just not possible. It's not plausible. It doesn't even suffice to a thesis. Suffice. That's not the word. Amounts. Which is something to keep in mind. As we've said many times before, there is no like global scientific conspiracy working against the Bible. That's not what we're seeing. That's not what we've ever seen. If this is kind of an absurd topic. Looking at from an Egyptological or even an archaeological perspective, the amount, if the world were actually 6,000 years old, as I've understood is the common given age by young Earth creationists, that would put us at around 4000 BCE. The world would have been created in 4000 BCE. At that time, we had a flourishing. We did not yet have a united Egypt. That comes a bit later, about 1,000 years later. But we did have a flourishing culture known as Nagada. Nagada 1 and Nagada 2. They're named after the places where we have found pottery, amongst other things, but mainly the pottery is what's given the name to these cultures. And the mere fact that we have enough people around to even form a culture is very telling, that there is no way that we could have had a population consisting of 2 people or 5 people if we are to count the 3 sons of Adam and Eve. How do we know that these ages I'm giving are correct? Well, there are multiple evidence for those ages. Stratigraphy is one, but it's just one. We also do have carbon dating, radiometric dating. Those are the main, what do you say?
Types of evidence.
Yeah, exactly that, to give specific dates. But even so, if we go 1,000 years forward or less, like 800, I believe 3200 BCE. Yeah, 3200 BCE for the normal palette. The pre-dynastic, so normal begins. No, I'm wrong. I checked. It's 3100 BCE. When Narmer comes around, and that's the unification of Egypt. Before that, we have the pre-dynastic era that goes back to 5500 BCE, which would make the Earth 500 years old. And then we are not even into the Nagada periods, which come after that. I mean, 4000, as I said in the beginning. I messed up with the dates. 4000 is the beginning of Nagada 1. Sorry, Swedish, English. So, as I said, even before that, we have actual dynasties. It's pre-dynastic, but we have a culture, more akin to. So it's not the cities. It's not the nation state yet. It's more like the city states that we see in the Fertile Crescent, where people are surrounded by people are surrounded by. Ami, vakna. God morgon. Hallå, är du där? Nej, ingen är här. Det är tomt. Alla är borta. Ingen har kommit hem. I'm sorry. I'm speaking to my brain again. It doesn't answer. It's just empty. What was I saying?
Oh, don't say that.
I think you were saying that it looks like that there would have been a creation, and then instantly there would have been
yes
societies forming
yes. advanced
you're just
society.
mentioning Egypt and the Middle East, but we know there's people in China and
Of course.
North America and South America.
Yeah.
Well, the Bible's not about them.
No, but if that were the time of creation, you would have to account for all of these people already spread out around the world. And as I said, these are advanced cultures. We're not talking about walking on your knuckles. We're talking about humans, us, Homo. I'm telling you, my brain do not want to work with me today.
I think you're doing
I
fine.
do have a reason for it, though.
But I mean, it doesn't
I
take that much time for civilizations to arise. I mean, the New World, so to speak, the Americas, was only discovered by Western cultures in 1942, and here we are, or not 1492. Sorry, my words got mixed up.
Spreading.
1492. Yeah.
What about
So,
1492?
I mean, here we are, a mere what is that?
But you're forgetting that there were civilizations. There were
1492.
civilizations, advanced civilizations in North America prior to the Europeans.
Yeah,
and we
culture didn't
conquered
start
them.
in North America and South America
No.
because of Christopher Columbus.
No, but it started here with relatively few people, and now we're a culture of 330 million.
But you have
in a relatively short period of time.
It's not that people came there on a couple of boats, settled, and from nothing, and now you are 300 million people. Because you had an influx of people from the outside, and also
yes,
the more people you have, the curve will what's the word? When the sinus curve goes way up.
Parabolic
curve?
Accumulation. Sorry?
Parabolic curve, yeah.
Bell
Something
curve?
like exponential.
Thank you. That's the word.
Oh, exponential growth.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, feels better than going to the bathroom. I'm sorry. In mentally speaking. It's a relief is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I told you my so I should say my medication makes me a bit less intelligible than usual, and I really notice that now when I'm trying to talk. I'm sorry.
Huh?
Well,
What'd
I
you
thought
say?
your point was
I'm
I thought your
joking.
point was good.
Good.
Yes.
Good. Thank
I
you.
was saying that creationism does not fit with the evidence of geology, and you were saying it does not fit with the evidence of archaeology.
Yes.
And yet the evidence for archaeology and the evidence for geology fit together.
Yes.
Perfectly.
Very well. They
Nuh-uh.
They absolutely do.
I win.
Okay, I'm out of here, Mark. Mark just reduced me to nothing.
Mama walked away.
I'm not even going to shout or yell or anything.
simple
I'm just going to
argument.
leave.
Duh.
Just evaporate. Mark 420 say Big Bad Mama outcast Aiden to June.
Big
See,
Bad Aiden.
it's not even fair because Big Bad Mama is still licking his wounds from, the shellacking he took from Aiden. It's SummerSlam.
From Aiden?
Oh wait, that was against Mark Reed. I'm sorry, I got confused. Oh my
No,
goodness.
I think we shellacked Mark Reed.
420 say Big Bad Mama Outcast, Aiden, to Dune Land. What?
When Mark
Cast
Reed
out,
said that
outcast.
miasma was a scientific theory, he got pretty much owned at that point.
Well, I don't have asthma, so I don't know what
You
that's all
do?
about.
Mark, stop having everything I do.
Mark.
You said you had
What are you talking
asthma.
about?
I have asthma.
No, I do not have asthma.
Well, you do not have.
My
Oh,
mom
poop.
does. No.
Do you have miasma?
No, that's your asthma. I have had asthmatic symptoms before when I was like running and playing sports and stuff, but I'm pretty
Choking on a
lazy
bong
these
hit.
days. Yeah.
I actually got asthma after I stopped smoking. A couple of years after I had stopped smoking.
Ah,
That's not fair.
right.
Not fair.
Well, my mom got it from secondhand smoke. She grew up with smokers.
Oh, I did too until I was 5 and convinced my parents that I didn't want them to die, so they stopped smoking.
Aw. And then you
11
started
years
smoking
later,
after that.
yeah, 9 years later I started smoking. But they don't know that, so it's okay.
I'm gonna tell them.
You can. I don't
Won't.
smoke anymore.
Good.
Also, I wouldn't recommend talking to them. I
Well,
mean,
that
my
would be,
mom is a gem, but she's not very
yeah.
good at English. Enough said. Don't need
Logan smokes 3 packs a day, I heard.
What? Logan?
No, I never
Oh, yeah.
smoked in my life.
Tougher.
Oh, okay. That's just something I heard.
Deviant Outcast is flying nun.
I don't even know this flying nun.
You're lucky. It was a bad TV show.
What happened to Missing Mod at the beginning of the stream? She said she was coming on, but she was running late.
Oh, she is?
Like 3 hours ago. Wait, how long has this stream been going? Almost 4 hours.
Was she coming on?
I'm sorry,
guess
Logan.
not.
I was just joking.
That's all right.
Big bad Mod is missing. What?
Oh, it has 6.5 rating on IMDb. The Flying Nun.
Is that good?
It was with
Well,
Sally
for a-
Fields before she became a real actress. She actually won an Academy Award later. And somehow she could fly. She had this hat, and it seemed pretty supernatural and kind of satanic, actually.
Yeah, for a nun, it seems very. Oh my goodness! What an interesting hat.
Yeah. Those are like her wings.
Yeah.
But she won an Academy Award, and she was really happy. And she, at the podium, she said, "You really love me. You love me." Because she'd been like a TV actress all her life up to that
Yeah.
point. She wasn't Smokey and the Bandit, though. That was a
Oh, really?
classic.
Sally Field.
Well, I'm about to hop off of here because I'm gonna have to leave and pick up Mackenzie here in a minute.
Hop
But
hop on, hop off.
hop
Wax on.
off,
What?
off, hop off.
Okay.
But anyway,
Just-
Deviant, join my room when you get off of here, and I have something I wanted to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I will
See you
talk
later.
to you, ladies and gentlemen,
Mark, we're gonna
later.
miss you.
Oh no!
Okay.
Ooh, almost clicked end stream. I didn't. No, sorry.
Oh.
How do I? Well, it's in the same spot as leave normally is. I guess I just have to do this.
Oh no!
I mean, yeah, that just puts me backstage. I still don't know how to actually leave.
What? You can't?
Bye.
Is there no
I
meme?
See ya.
promise you.
Why? There's no meme button? I always say, hey, do you want to stream to your channel?
Do you have a channel?
No. Or, well, I do, as everyone. I mean, I have an account.
You have playlists.
I do. I do.
Do you play the list?
Playing
She's
the
got
list.
several playlists that are interesting.
I have a bunch. About smoking 3 packs a day. Someone who almost did that was actually L. Ron Hubbard. Yep, the man who could cure any disease, who cured himself from being blind and lame. Though in reality, the records show that he had pink eye.
Did you see this march that occurred in Los Angeles the other day about regarding Scientology? And
I haven't watched that yet, but it is. I mean, I know all about the protests in Los Angeles. I watch it daily.
this one was, I think, specifically centered around. There was a couple businesses where they wrote letters for Danny Masterson after
Yeah,
he'd
it's
been convicted.
La Poubelle,
And
the restaurant
yes,
where he
you got it. You got it.
yeah,
Well,
he drugged his victims, and the woman who owns the restaurant was in court every day in support of Danny Masterson. So they had because they have had protests outside of the Scientology, not the Celebrity Center, but where they do their stress tests and so on, and live streaming it. And they've had it every single day for months. And let me just tell you, I would not want to live in Los Angeles simply because of the LAPD. I mean, those guys are, corruption doesn't even begin to cover.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. They've held people. A guy was assaulted outside of La Poubelle by a guy that's been hired by Scientology. And the protesters called the police. They showed up almost immediately, and without any further ado, they arrested the guy who was assaulted.
Oh God.
And they arrested 2 other guys, and they spent 5 days in jail.
And then they were let off, probably, right?
They need to sue them.
Well, they're
they probably will.
going to. So and this is just one what's extraordinary about it is that they were in jail for so long. One of them actually had charges against him, which was he was charged with conspiracy. Not conspiracy to something, but just conspiracy. I haven't heard yet what's happened with those charges, but
Normally, you'd get off that day for those charges after you bonded out.
And as I said, this was just one instance of that sort. It's happening over and over again. Scientology and the LAPD in the Hollywood area have a long and very, very murky history.
Yeah. It's money between Scientology and the city of Los Angeles.
Yep, exactly. And the protesters have been attacked so many times. There is one guy they use who walks his dog past this the test center and attacks. What he's trying to do is to rile them up so that they will attack him. But since they know that it's their intention, they don't. They're very peaceful. All they do is a kind of auditing, which is fully legal. I
Filming
don't
from the
think it would be in
sidewalk and that
Sweden.
kind of thing.
Exactly. Exactly.
Big Bad Mama.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Later on, Brother Pike might be having a show. I will know by 5:30. It'll be today or tomorrow.
Okay. Do you need to get going?
Yeah. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Good to talk to you, Deviant.
Thank you, Deviant,
Thank
for coming on.
you. It's been
Have
a
a good
blast
day.
as always.
You all.
Have a
You
good day.
too.
Bye.
Bye.